All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
It still feels so weird hearing all that with just the dialogue and sound effects. Okay, so welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. As part of celebrating the 10th anniversary, this is the 6th and final phase, focusing on story, and as part of that, I've turned the music volume off, and just having the dialogue and sound effects on, because I want to get as much dialogue on its own as possible, waiting around for dialogue to happen in memories. I've already done that for outside of doing memories in the previous showcase playthrough that I did, phase 5, but the exception being, of course, in present day, there's no memories of present day. So for present day in this playthrough, I've been focusing on dialogue from NPCs as well, and all that kind of stuff. So let's jump into the next part of the playthrough. Going to do a recap of where we're up to in the story.
Trim us off the wind!
Before I do that, just double check that I don't have any Animus database entries I need to worry about, and I don't. Cool. Last sequence recap. Sequence 2, the Spanish Main, in which Edward Kenway dallied for a time in Havana under the false name Duncan Walpole, whereupon he came into contact with men calling themselves Templars, named Laureano Torres, Woodes Rogers, and Julian Ducasse. It was from these men that Edward attempted to collect his monetary reward, and here too that he inadvertently joined the Templar Order, attacked and killed a sort called Assassins, and met a strange man referred to as the Sage. A mysterious location called the Observatory was talked about with reverence by all. Shortly thereafter, the Sage escaped the Templars' prison, just as Edward's deceptions were discovered. He was then imprisoned and set aboard a departing Spanish treasure fleet for delivery to British Templars in London. Yet, using his wits and cunning, and accepting the aid of a Trinidadian called Adewale, Edward escaped his bonds, acquired a Spanish brigantine, and sailed away at the head of a hurricane to safety. Most recent memory in sequence 3 that we've done was this Tyro captain. For his first order as quartermaster, Adewale suggested that Edward do a little hunting to fix himself up. Hey Senny, thank you so much for the welcome back.
Bring it all in.
Welcome back to you as well. I was saying before, it's so weird hearing the cutscene with Blackbeard talking about Edward
Captain's at the helm.
with only just the music and the sound. With only just the dialogue and the sound effects. But it's really cool too, though, because there's little bits and pieces that it's cool to hear, like the clinking of swords and all that.
Loose and catch the wind! Pull the them in with a will!
You are finished! If they come, grant them death bullets!
Give me some speed!
Crowd on all the sail we have!
Go on, Captain Queernabs. Tell me I'm under arrest. Tell me!
Them your breads.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Aye. We was privateers together before the wars ended. I'll see you ashore.
They were introduced to two characters. Introduced to Blackbeard. Edward Thatch is his real name. And also Benjamin Hornigold. I'll pull up the IMDb of the actor who plays him. The actor who plays Blackbeard is Mark Bonnar. And he's also in Valhalla as well. He voices a couple of characters in that game too. King Ceolwulf and Cunon in that game. And Ed Stoppard plays Benjamin Hornigold. He's also in another video game, Sea of Thieves, as Captain Pendragon, Beckett's Soldier, and Male Phantom. That looks like the last game that he did voice work for. Sequence 3, Memory 2, now hiring. Edward must round up a crew for his jackdaw if he hopes to be a successful pirate. I want to actually get Blackbeard in close up, but the game won't let me put the camera there. There's Benjamin Hornigold, and here is Mary Read. In many ways, Mary is a mentor to Edward in the ways of being an assassin. Very important character in this game's story as well, and is also a very important character in the argument against the fact that this game, by some people, is considered not to be an Assassin's Creed game. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this particular phase where the story focus is partly because of that too, to really drive home how there is very much a strong Assassin's Creed presence in this game, and it's more than just the outfit they wear and the tenets as well. There's definitely very specific thematic elements that are very important to the assassins and their creed, and also some philosophical elements as well that the character of Mary is a representative of in this game's story. Juxtaposed against Edward as a pirate, and you have two clashes of perspectives going on. But I'll delve more into that as we get through the story.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
I can wait. Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these lads are the better part of our growing confederacy here. Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
You let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben.
Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, they're scored.
Damn, the timing of me pressing the button actually fucked the cutscene up. Hang on.
Man about.
There's something I wanted to talk about.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
I can wait. Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these lads are the better part of our growing confederacy here. Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
You let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben.
Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, they're...
I fucking did it again. Sorry, I just really want to talk about something in this cutscene, and I want to talk about it as early into the cutscene as possible. So for the sake of immersion, I will restart the memory again and then not talk through the rest of the cutscene. But what I wanted to actually talk about is the reception that Adewale has and the difference in how he's received by Blackbeard as opposed to how he's received by Benjamin Hornigold. Plus some other elements too. So Adewale is being introduced to these characters for the first time. Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Thatch / Blackbeard, and James Kidd, who at this point, Edward doesn't know that she's actually a she and her name is Mary. So he only knows her as James Kidd, as do Blackbeard and Benjamin Hornigold. So Adewale is being introduced to these characters. And Blackbeard, when he actually takes note of Adewale, when Edward introduces Adewale to Blackbeard and mentions the name of the ship, the Jackdaw, Blackbeard doesn't make any derogatory or any slights or any subtle jabs or anything about Adewale being a black man. As opposed to Benjamin Hornigold, who whispers, although even though he's whispering, you could also infer that he's actually still saying it loud enough so that Adewale can actually hear. He is displaying, I guess, what it would be referred to as a microaggression. Maybe, I don't know about that, but his reaction to Adewale is like, you trust him to carry a gun, do you? Implying that Benjamin Hornigold views Adewale as being untrustworthy because of the color of his skin and not being trusted with a gun. And Edward is defending Adewale, and all that, but he's still obviously, not disassociating with Benjamin Hornigold straight away. But the two reactions are foreshadowing. Well, the one reaction's foreshadowing. Benjamin Hornigold's reaction to Adewale is foreshadowing the fact that he doesn't really think highly of society as a whole. And because Adewale is obviously part of society, and because of the time period that they're living in and all that kind of stuff, in Benjamin Hornigold's mind, only white people are the ones who actually should be in charge of things, right? This idea of only one group of people should be in charge of things is foreshadowing the fact that he feels that the Templars later on are the group that should be controlling things, and that people like Adewale should be, slaves and stuff like that. Whereas Blackbeard is fully welcoming to Adewale as well. And the other thing is, Edward proudly introduces Adewale to them as the quartermaster. He doesn't play down anything. He doesn't say something like, this is Adewale, a member of my crew. He doesn't do that. He respects Adewale. Going back to the conversation in the previous stream about the cutscene where Adewale and Edward are talking, and Edward talks about the fact that most of the crew wouldn't accept Adewale as captain because of the color of his skin. So Edward asks, what would be a role that you would want on the ship? And Adewale strongly and confidently says, I'll be your quartermaster, nothing less. And Edward is completely fine with that, so he's got no issues with that. So when he introduces Adewale to Blackbeard and to Benjamin Hornigold, instead of lowering the rank of Adewale and his importance in front of these other characters and saying, this is Adewale, a member of my crew, he's proudly stating, this is Adewale, my quartermaster. And so that, to Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard, shows that Adewale is someone that Edward trusts enough and believes in and is friends with and all that to actually have him as quartermaster. But Benjamin Hornigold's reaction compared to Blackbeard's is definitely more on the side of not trusting Adewale simply because of the color of his skin. And that juxtaposition is really, really well done in this scene, because it can be a bit subtle as well. But if you look at it, what other reason would Benjamin Hornigold have for commenting something like that about Adewale if it weren't him saying that simply because of the color of his skin? If Edward had introduced a white man as his quartermaster, would Benjamin Hornigold have said, you trust him with a gun, do you? No, I don't think he would have. I think he would have been completely fine, wouldn't have said anything. But because Adewale is a black man, and Benjamin Hornigold views black people as beneath him, then his comment about, you let him hold a gun, definitely says strongly to me that he's racist towards Adewale, whereas Blackbeard isn't. He's welcoming of Adewale, just like Edward is welcoming of Adewale and all that. And that's something that's consistent. Like Edward, no matter what criticisms Adewale comes up with or says about the things that they're doing later on, Blackbeard never, ever, ever says or does anything to show that he's hating Adewale or anything like that. So it's one of those situations where they just, agree or disagree kind of thing. So that's that whole interaction there with that. And I'm going to let the rest of the cutscene play out now because I've interrupted it enough. I wanted to get the pausing that's happened here to happen before Blackbeard starts his dialogue. And because I don't want to have dialogue interrupted, I don't want to just let it slide and not let the dialogue play out in full. So I'm going to exit out of this, and I'm going to reload the memory and then let the cutscene play from start to finish without interrupting.
Capable.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
Oh, I can wait. Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these lads are the better part of our growing confederacy here. Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
You let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben.
Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, there's scores of capable men about. But use caution. A shipload of the King's sailors showed up before night back, causing trouble and knocking about like they own the place.
Right. I'll see who I can muster.
Send any men you find to the Jackdaw. I'll put them to work.
Cheers, Ade.
Let's see where Adewale goes.
Raging lunatics! You should be more respectful of our approach!
Just means to get caught in the middle of...
Harken to sense, lads. You're all mad as sea dogs in a bloodbath. Pulled me from the deep there, Captain. Jack thanks you hearty.
Jack thinks you're hardy. That dialogue's always stood out to me. Jack thinks you're hardy.
Bloody vulture. They're pleasant tricks to make you bleed.
So that's cool. We're able to follow Adewale for a little bit, but it automatically goes into the cutscene when you save the pirates. So now we don't know where Adewale's gone. But it's cool to just follow him for a little bit and see him run in the path where the pirates were under attack.
A sporting gentleman.
Ah, a sporting gentleman. A sporting gentleman. Just had a thought too. If you look at the Kenway family, and in the series we get to play as Hatham, we get to play as his father Edward, and we get to play as his son Connor. If you look at Hatham, in terms of gameplay, obviously he can do all the parkour stuff. The only thing he can't do very well is scale trees and jump through them and all that kind of stuff. Whereas his son Connor is able to. Then you look at Edward, and he's able to climb trees and do all that kind of stuff fine. It might be a thing where it's like, okay, so what's the point? The point is that Edward, most likely growing up in places where there's like things to climb and all that kind of stuff, has probably been exposed to more nature to climb than his son ends up being. And then you have Connor, of course, who from an early age is experiencing climbing, trees and all that kind of stuff. So it's interesting how you can take those elements and you can say that the reason that Edward is also able to climb trees just like his grandson is because of the kind of life that they live and what exposure to the environment they've actually had versus Haytham's exposure to the environment. And what made me think of that actually is the fact that in the Assassin's Creed series, all characters, with the exception of the ones I'm going to talk about, which are the point that I want to make in bringing this up as well. But for the majority of the games in the series, no matter whether the character was an assassin or not, they were able to climb up and do a leap of faith, a dive. And it might be like, okay, that's fair enough, it's gameplay, gameplay reason. But then Assassin's Creed Valhalla comes along and goes, let's make it that Eivor can't do a leap of faith from day one. That it's something that Eivor has to actually learn. So until you get to the point in the story where you learn the leap of faith, Eivor in Valhalla just does like a bomb jump down, like you do a bomb jump into a swimming pool or something. That's the kind of jump off of a high thing that Eivor does. And then in Mirage, Basim has to learn to do a leap of faith as well. And that's bringing the perspective of the lore of the series into play. Whereas before, it wasn't really a gameplay concern. They just wanted to have every character be able to do it. So in thinking about that, and thinking about how Edward isn't an assassin, but he can do leaps of faith, and there's other characters who do leaps of faith and they're not assassins, it just made me think about the climbing in the trees part of things, and how Edward can climb through trees really well. Haytham can't, but Connor can as well. Go through trees really well.
Well, I certainly...
What a queer fellow.
And I actually like that idea of having characters who aren't assassins. And obviously Eivor never becomes one.
If a lobster sticks his nose in my business, I'll slice it off. I swear I will. Ain't nobody sending me home. Ain't nobody telling me how to live.
I'm with you, mate. True-hearted.
That's really cool. That's some dialogue that NPCs, I'd never picked them up saying that outside of memories, because we're in a memory at the moment. That's the dialogue that those NPCs have actually said. I'll make a new category in my notepad for, I'll just call them past NPCs. I can't remember now what they were actually talking about in that exchange. Great. The reason I have to be so long-winded with stuff sometimes when I'm talking is because there's so much about this series that happens that it's very easy for people to assume that because something's not being mentioned, it means it's not known by me when I'm talking about stuff. So to avoid that as much as possible, I go out of my way to explain extra things that are related or extra things that could come up as, oh, but this and this and this. So when I say that Eivor learns the leap of faith and that it was cool to see people who are assassins learn the leap of faith, obviously Eivor isn't an assassin, it doesn't become one. But the point about the leap of faith being taught as a thing is something that, in general terms, I really like. And especially specifically in Assassin's terms, I really like the idea of Assassins not being able to do a leap of faith straight away in gameplay. And so, with Valhalla and Eivor being a Viking, learning to do the leap of faith is a cool way to make the character be able to do it. And there's also some thematic stuff that ties into why it's a cool connection that they make between Eivor and their belief system as a Viking versus the belief system of the Assassins / the Hidden Ones in that time period, and how there's commonalities between the two. And with Basim in Mirage not being a Hidden One straight away, and even when he becomes a Hidden One, he still has things to learn. But I like that part of the process of gameplay and mixing in with story is that he has to learn how to do it. And the other point I wanted to make about characters learning something is I think it would be cool if there was a future Assassin's Creed game where you were playing as someone who was born into the Assassins, and not only is the character learning about the Creed and what it means, and learning about assassins and what it means to be one, so too would the player. And examining the tenets of the Creed, even as simple as having a section where you and some other young people who are becoming assassins are sat around and the mentor is going through the meaning of the Creed, the tenets, nothing is true, everything is permitted, and teaching them those aspects, that would be a strong focus. And also, when the character is at an age that would be appropriate for the assassins to start more advanced training, it wouldn't just show it in a montage and then skip it. It would actually act as a parkouring training tutorial, where as the character learns the basics of the parkour that they need to do as an assassin, you as the player are learning. So that way people who might be new to this series and play this non-existent Assassin's Creed game I'm talking about, if they were new to it and the series, they would have a tutorial to put them through the process of learning all that kind of stuff. But beyond that, have a system in the game where, as the story progresses later, the more your character does certain things, the stronger they get in those aspects. So it's like a leveling system, but more like a leveling system that automatically happens depending on what you do. Not something where you go into a menu and you go, okay, let's increase our leg speed, or let's increase our leg strength, or anything like that. But through what you decide to do as the player. You might be a player that prefers to have the character sneak around, right? So your character's leg strength might improve in that sense. But if you're someone who doesn't care about stealth that much and you have your character standing up a lot and running around a lot, that might actually have a different kind of effect on the character and their skill level at something. So it would be something that runs in the background, but can be gauged on the surface level by the player. So if they do want to see where they're... look at GTA 5, for example. In GTA 5, you can see where your characters are at with certain stats that they have. And you don't go into a menu and select, let's make Franklin a better shooter now, because we've earned skill points to make him a better shooter. It's more like through the act of shooting and doing that stuff, naturally Franklin will get better at aiming and all that kind of stuff, right? So a similar kind of thing in that way that you can track, but the way that you improve it is through doing the actual actions of that. And the first part of this made-up Assassin's Creed game I'm talking about would be learning the ropes of what it is to be an assassin, the skills, the philosophy behind that, and then once the character actually becomes an assassin, to improve certain stats of theirs in certain ways, you need to literally do the things that are related to those stats. And in that way, you can make your character stronger physically with more endurance for things, simply because you've spent time as the character focusing on those things. Not that you've spent hours getting XP to get a skill point to then put into a character's strength and stuff like that. But yeah, an Assassin's Creed game that really delves deeply into what it means to be an assassin. The meaning of nothing is true, everything's permitted. The meaning of the tenets of the creed. Beyond just having a cutscene, you know what I mean? Like actually having it something where... Even have it where the player can do dialogue choices to ask questions. So like the mentor in front of the assassins in training might be talking, and then the game lets you ask a question to delve deeper into something. So you might ask a question like, Mentor, what does nothing is true really mean, for example? And then it would go into that. And then there could be other topics about it, like other questions could pop up that are completely optional. You could be playing through the game and don't have to choose all of them. You could choose to ask that question, and then after they've answered, you can be like, right, that's it. Or there might be another question you can choose that comes about if you ask the previous question. And it's like, so then, Mentor, if nothing is true means this, then what about this aspect of nothing is true? You know, and then that way you can delve more into the creed as a topic and learn more about it. And maybe, depending on whether you chose those options or not, your character might have a stronger understanding of the creed if you, in those early stages of the game, had actually asked those questions of the mentor. Anyway, that's a whole big thing that's just gone so far out of what I'm actually doing in the game at the moment. Plus, I'm in a story memory. Tech, welcome back. What did you miss? You know, in all the discussion and all the talking, I've actually forgotten everything that's happened. But basically, Edward has returned to Nassau. He's introduced Adewale to Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard. And now we're rescuing pirates.
But no. Be most welcome, mon ami. Pas de souci. Next time. Oh,
I'm the king of the world. You know it. I know it. And I've got 54 turnips.
These NPC dialogues. apparently, and I can't remember the name of the person, but apparently the same person has written the NPC dialogues in all the AC games, even including Mirage, apparently. Well, maybe not Mirage, but certainly up until Valhalla, I think.
Whoa. Hold mine. You there. Halt. Come back here and face us like a man.
If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase price.
I would never pay that much.
I think what I should do inside of Memories is not so much worry about what NPCs actually say in dialogue, but more so characters. Like hang around Blackbeard after it jumps back into gameplay if you're near him and see what he says, you know, things like that. But also keep an ear out for any dialogue that is different based on what's currently happening in the memory. So for example, when we go to Nassau later in the story and we can't fast travel anywhere because we're landlocked, maybe inside Memories there'll be different NPC dialogue reflecting that.
Well, I have to beat some sense into you.
Captain Kenway, come fast! There's soldiers of Captain Man in irons. They mean to hang him.
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands. His Majesty's honourable representative has decreed the sentence shall be to hang by the neck until dead.
If I wasn't trussed up like a pig, I'd gut you, Hal. My lads will find you, though.
Dude, they must understand the error of their way.
Get out! In my sights, clear as day.
I must find egress. Which way?
They can
Damn.
such trouble.
I've got a clear
Please,
shot.
God, let me make it back sound.
He's dead in me sights.
Finally,
Tighten the noose, lads.
Home! Get home! Whatever enrages you, I am utterly willing to fly.
I must find egress.
I've got a clear shot. Faster! We'll not be losing him. He's dead in me sights. Faster, lads! We're losing ground.
By all that's holy, poor man's dead.
Oh God, please listen. I never meant anything by it.
I'm no part of it. Don't mind me. Damn my cursed luck. I'm a... Dear God, have mercy, sir. Please, sir, relent. Spare this poor soul.
A moment more. Well done, Edward. Oh! Justice, let alone sense in any of this.
Cursed oppressors
They shall
and
have wrecked.
miscarriers
Mark
of
me well.
justice.
Need to be cleaned out.
It's as if they seek our outrage expressly, the bastards.
It's Phil Currents.
It's as if they seek our outrage expressly, the bastards.
Need to be cleaned out.
Again? I'll see you punished by the law again.
Ha! You won't take us that way! I got him in my sights!
Thought she looked complete.
Now you'll want to sail somewhere rich with plunder.
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. You see here.
Oh, rot. It's fairy stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than gold, Thatch. 10,000 times above what we could pull off any Spanish ship.
Robbing the king to pay his porpoise is how we earn our keep here, lad. That ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
Alright, want to pause that there. Okay, so Edward doesn't know this yet, of course, but James Kidd is actually a woman named Mary. And what he also doesn't know is that she is actually an assassin. The assassins have obviously heard of the observatory. They know about it. And Mary is able to still uphold social stealth, i.e. eavesdropping, even though she's part of the group, so there's no need for her to eavesdrop. But obviously one of the talents of an assassin is to be able to eavesdrop and pick out pertinent information. And so Mary, of course, when the observatory is mentioned, is able to have some input into the conversation without saying, hey, yeah, I know all about the observatory. My friends and I, who are assassins, we're actually looking for it. The Templars are too. We are assassins. You know, it doesn't go into anything like that. So Edward has nothing, has no idea that Mary's actually an assassin. So Mary is talking to Edward about the observatory and passing it off as some kind of legend, like El Dorado, you know, some kind of myth. In some ways, kind of trying to deter Edward from actually pursuing it, which doesn't work, obviously, because Edward is like, no, this sounds like, because if you remember when he was talking to Stede Bonnet before, he was mentioning about how much money someone could get if they got the observatory and sold it to someone, right? So Edward talking about the observatory, he's definitely wanting to get it because that's what he sees in it. He sees dollar signs with it. So Mary, knowing about the observatory and obviously knowing about the hunt for the sage that the Templars have actually been doing and they have been doing as well and all that kind of stuff, she interjects, or doesn't really interject, but comes into the conversation and talks about the observatory and tries to pass it off as some like legend and myth and thing like that. But Edward is hell-bent on exploring it and continuing on the path that he's going on. So he'll keep on going. And Blackbeard is sort of laughing at the whole situation in a way because he's sort of like, yeah, this is, you know, this is fairy tale kind of stuff, you know, all that kind of thing. So you have these different perspectives on it. And Mary is still maintaining her cover until this point, in terms of Edward at least, until later. So she's still going to be keeping an eye and ear out for anything that's mentioned about the observatory or the sage and that kind of stuff.
It's all fun until someone's...
He is big.
Maxi, hello there, dude. Thank you so very much for the 25 months in a row. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. That's crazy. 25 months. In the virtual seas, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, or Legion's the captain, no need to brag. From Sydney to Brisbane, he reps the whole nation, showing off his Aussie pride is a streaming sensation. Very clever words there, Maxi. Thank you so much. How's things? Maxi, no worries, dude. How's it going? It's going really good. Really, really good. Really enjoying continuing with this playthrough and talking about the story and characters and stuff. And it's going really good. Finished Disco Elysium, finally got that done. So that was good. Finished Tomb Raider Underworld, so that was good. So finishing off the games that I wanted to get done before the year ends is definitely a good feeling. You doing good, Maxi? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Love to see some Black Flag. Me too, as well. Even watching people play it, I'm just like, oh man, I can't wait to replay it again. Before I do the next memory, just want to have a look at the Animus database and get rid of some exclamation marks, but also read some stuff that I might need to read, if there is anything that I need to read. Okay, so we have Benjamin Hornigold, born mid-1680s, died not yet. Benjamin Hornigold was likely born in Norfolk, England, although this has not yet been verified. All other information about his early life is unknown as yet. The first recorded instances of him are of his early exploits as a pirate in the West Indies around 1713 and 1714. He was one of the earliest pirates to emerge after the end of the Spanish War for Succession, which gives us good reason to believe he was one of the many hundreds of privateers who were left without gainful employment in the ensuing peace. Like many other British mariners, Hornigold spent much of his time in the Bahamas, eventually settling in Nassau. It was from here he launched his career as a full-fledged pirate, though he likely thought of himself as a privateer, in his earliest years at least. A skillful sailor and strategist, Hornigold lacked some of the ruthlessness required to be a truly successful pirate, and until 1716 refused to attack English ships out of a sense of loyalty to his home country. Note, a pirate with a sense of honour would make a superb hero, in my honest opinion, if our edits to Edward Kenway don't pan out. J.M. Note, agreed, Jay. Here's like a facial hair as a bonus. The beards on most of these guys look like owls' nests. Ugh. Melanie LeMay. Make note that I've read his database entry, but check later as well in case it updates with anything new. And I should actually make note as well of what it says as the last thing. So note, agreed, Jay. Maxine, nice one. What games do you have planned this month? You now have a week off work, so you can finally relax. You need to play Mirror's Edge Catalyst because the servers are going offline soon, and you need to get 2 trophies. Have you played that before? That is so annoying that they're doing that. I mean, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, I can't remember when that came out, but it definitely came out more than a year after the first game. because the first game was 15 years ago, I should say, in 2008 when the first one came out. But I haven't played the Catalyst game. I've played the original Mirror's Edge, which is such a great game. Really, really good, that one. But haven't played Catalyst yet, though. And it's so good, dude, that you got your week off work as well. I bet you've been looking forward to that for a while. As for this month, it's still tentative because I still need to do a test for the stability of streaming from my Xbox console through the Xbox app in conjunction with OBS to see if the stream will be stable enough for me to do the Splinter Cell games, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and Mirror's Edge as well. Because there's 2 games that are celebrating anniversaries that I could potentially still get to before the month ends, which is Splinter Cell Blacklist and Mirror's Edge 1, but I don't know. It's still looking pretty dicey because there's not much time left, really, in the month. But at the moment, the only 2 games that I've got on the schedule is this game and Tomb Raider 2013. But they don't have well, this game does have a bit of a deadline. I definitely need to get it done before the year ends. But I'll definitely be getting Tomb Raider 2013, the current playthrough I'm doing, done before the year ends as well. Totally understandable. You never tried the Xbox app. I didn't until recently. And it was kind of like a last resort thing because I was like, okay, let's just test it and see how it plays without even streaming at the same time. And the thing about it is if you're playing newer games, if you have the Xbox app in its full screen mode, there's a overlay that you can minimize, but only in terms of its size, not take it off the screen, minimize. And newer games, of course, when you go into full screen on the Xbox app, don't have the black bars up the top and bottom. So there's no way to hide that on OBS by moving the overlay for the Xbox app above the area where the black bar would be, and then on OBS block off that part. But if you play it with windowed mode, then it puts the black bars on the top and the bottom, and then it does give you room to move the little overlay for the Xbox app to where the black bars are. So for newer games, it's not going to work well to do it that way, because seeing a newer game in 800 by 600 or whatever it's going to be is definitely going to be weird. But maybe not so much for the old Splinter Cell games. So I thought, if I can get it stable enough, all I'll have to do is keep the Xbox app in windowed mode, move the icon on the Xbox app to the top of the screen in the top black bar, and then on OBS just crop or cover it up so that on stream it doesn't come up. Because I don't want to play a game in full screen mode with the Xbox app in full screen mode and have a little tiny overlay piece on the gameplay window. I just don't, because you can change the transparency of it, but not completely make it disappear as well. So it's like, ugh. Edward Thatch, born 1680 in England, died not yet. Known variously by different sources as Thatch, Teach, Theach, Tash, Titch, Teach, Tack, and more, we are fairly certain this Edward was born in or around Bristol and took to the sea at an early age, most likely in his teens. It is also speculated that he arrived in the West Indies quite soon after leaving England. If this was indeed the case, Ed Thatch would have seen his fair share of the War of Spanish Succession, a protracted fight between most of the empires of Europe that pitted Britain against royalist Spain and France. In these early years, from 1700 to 1713, he would have been a privateer or at the very least a merchant seaman doing his part for the crown. Queen Anne at the time. But with the Treaty of Utrecht bestowing peace upon a troubled Europe in 1713, Thatch and his fellow sailors, would have found themselves far from home and out of work. They thus turned to piracy as a means of sustaining themselves. In the ensuing years, Thatch befriended a captain named Benjamin Hornigold, and soon after joined his crew as quartermaster, at some point between late 1714 and early 1716. Setting in Nassau, Thatch, Hornigold, and the rest of the flying gang, as these pirates called themselves, began cooking up schemes for larger than most pirates of the era dared dream. Far larger. Wanting nothing less than a country of their own, they worked to turn Nassau into a place of liberty and freedom for all who desired an escape from the bonds of imperial rule. So I've covered his database entry for now. Check it later in the playthrough and add the last piece just in case they update the database entry and I want to remember where I read up to without having to commit it to actual memory. It was settling in Nassau. Thatch, ... Maxi, you bought the Backbone 1 controller to play PS Remote Play with. While you go outside next week because you plan to get out and about. It always used to be the older games being a pain. Well, that's cool that you got that sorted. And it's cool that there is actually the ability to play things remotely like that too. It's definitely good, and one can only hope that the connection's strength with those aspects can get stronger and stronger. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, used to always be the older games being a pain, now it's the newer ones being a pain as well. James Kidd, born 1695. James Kidd is a young man with a long and checkered past. Not yet out of his teens, he is a cocky and confident lad with a brashness cultivated to counter his youth. He also claims to be the bastard son of the late William Kidd, the infamous privateer turned pirate who was captured and hanged by British authorities in 1701. Although James has no proof of this connection, his mother always insisted on it, claiming that she spent a single panic night of passion with Captain Kidd just before his departure from London in 1695. Growing up fatherless and with a spendthrift mother did little to improve his prospects at leading a normal life, and by the age of 12 had found employment aboard merchant vessels sailing between the British colonies in North America and the West Indies. By the time he was 17, James called Jamaica his home, and he further honed his skills as a sailor here. Although he never sailed with the likes of Ben Hornigold, Ed Thatch, or Edward Kenway, James was among the first sailors to settle in Nassau, and was a crucial figure in its development as a republic. Now, obviously, this database entry is definitely going to change, because when we find out in the story that James Kidd is actually a woman named Mary Read, this will be updated for that. Now to make note of having read this database entry. And now, still in sequence 3, and we're in memory 3 now, but we can't read that yet. It's funny with this game, sometimes before you start your current memory, you can actually read about it first in this menu. Sometimes you can't. We're actually up to memory 3, and in this instance, I can't actually read what memory 3 is before we actually do the memory.
Morning, Kenway. Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, Hornigold. Is it envy? Because mine's bigger than yours.
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff.
Shit. I don't know if his dialogue actually stopped at the right time. or not, but I need to reload that memory because I want to pause the cutscene and talk about something that came up.
Morning, Kenway.
Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, Hornigold. Is it envy? Because mine's bigger than yours.
This will be a better point to actually pause it. So it's so funny, the reaction here. You look at Edward looking to Blackbeard, and Hornigold is kind of like, he's trying to think of a comeback, it seems, but he doesn't actually have something. So instead of actually coming back with something at Edward from that, he essentially changes the topic to the actual type of tobacco that he's actually smoking. I mean, I don't know if tobacco is the right word to use for pipes that he's smoking like that, but anyway, he doesn't have a comeback to Edward's sort of like jabbing there. So he goes, no, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. And it's always stuck out to me as strange that he would change the topic for that. Because, number one, what does that have to do with his comment about the jackdaw, which spurred Edward to come back with that insult at Benjamin Hornigold making fun of the jackdaw? Like, what does changing the topic to the type of tobacco he's smoking, and that the Jamaican stuff that he's having is not as good as the Spanish stuff? And I don't know, it just seems weird that he would use that as a thing instead of saying something different. Like, he could have just coughed and just kept on going and said something else instead of changing to that topic. But it's interesting that he compares the Jamaican version of it to the Spanish version of it. Zera, thank you for leaving the lurk. I really appreciate it. I need to keep remembering too that not everyone knows what's happening when the screen just pauses like this. So on the PlayStation, when you press the button to bring up the options to take a screenshot, save recent gameplay, start new recording, go into your broadcast options, share screen or capture options, whatever game you're playing will actually pause when that's actually on your game screen. So it allows me in this game, which is perfect timing for it to be something I thought of, because I want to be able to stop cutscenes in this game without it changing to a different screen. Like, I could press a button on the controller to make it go to the menu again if I wanted to, and then talk about stuff. But I feel it's better to actually have the image on the screen of what I'm talking about or referring to, rather than not having it. So being able to do this with the PlayStation and making the cutscene pause like this is definitely something that comes in handy. So it's not something where the game is glitching or the game is crashing or the stream is crashing or anything like that. It's simply because I'm pressing the button on the PlayStation that normally brings up the options for what you want to do, like take a screenshot and all that kind of stuff. If it looks like Blackbeard is trying to pose. Yeah, it's funny, like being able to see, because we say a lot with our bodies, but we also say a lot with our facial expressions, let alone what we say verbally as well. And the great thing about a lot of these games is the attention to that kind of detail. And that's what I love when games do that. Not every game has to do it, but when you can have a character look at another character and they don't have to say anything, their facial expression is enough to both convey to the other character what that character's wanting to convey, but also conveying to the player what that character wants to convey to the other character. So we can look at Edward's expression and go, he's obviously wanting to convey to Blackbeard that his insult to Benjamin Hornigold is a good one because Blackbeard responded positively to it, So there's like an acknowledgement between the two of them with Edward looking at him like that as well. And if we look at Benjamin Hornigold's face, he's obviously pissed off and angry at the insult that Edward had actually leveled at him. And instead of coming up with a comeback, he just basically changes the subject to say, no, it's this Jamaican funk, I reckon. I prefer the Spanish stuff. Something along those lines.
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. So, you've got yourself a fancy brig now. Fine. Well, I'm gonna teach you how to sail her right. And how to take a prize the proper way. Thatch, we'll catch you up at the old fishing village.
Aye.
I always loved how Blackbeard got up there, off the beach.
Where's your helmsman, Kenway?
I take pride in piloting my own ships, Ben. Keeps me alert.
Let's make some headway, shall we?
I've no need for schooling. How many prizes did we take together as privateers?
There's a chasm of difference between joining a raid and captaining one. We're looking out for merchants, boys! Them that's fat with cargo! Find us a schooner with that spyglass, Kenway. You'll get yourself a glimpse of what sort of cargo they're shipping, and a general idea of their toughness. Take out your glass, Kenway. Schooners are too small to peep with a naked eye.
Just wanting to get as much dialogue and memories as possible.
Where did he store those ancient?
Are you trifling with me, lad? Take out your spyglass.
Stow the dock, be about it. Those cross-jack yards already.
There's a prize worth taking.
Good. Take us in close. After you subdue a prize, project authority and demand respect that you would never give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you could snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum.
I just want to stop it there for a moment. It's so interesting, this dynamic, right? And that's interesting. The waves are still kind of like having animation happening while I've got this screen paused. Very weird. But it's interesting because Benjamin Hornigold is obviously thinking that Edward has no experience or no understanding of stuff and is trying to teach Edward how to actually sail a ship, how to be a captain, how to do this, how to do that, how to board it, how to carry yourself as a captain, you know, all that kind of stuff. And making the people on the ship that you're boarding think of you as unpredictable, that at any moment you could snap and kill them, and trying to weave that into their thinking so that you can overpower them and make them cower and all that kind of stuff. So keep an eye on Benjamin Hornigold and the kinds of things he's saying to Edward, because soon we're going to be boarding one of those ships and Benjamin Hornigold is still going to be trying to come off as if he's the master of all things and giving Edward lessons in how to do things. And we see that things don't go according exactly to the expectation that Benjamin Hornigold actually had when boarding the ship. And I always like that moment because it's very like a, you thought you were so good, you thought that anything that you did was going to end with the way working the way that you wanted. But no, here's something that is causing an obstacle for you in your thinking and making you, unbalanced in terms of like how he was coming off as a know-it-all before. So I always like that. You know, in a way, he kind of gets a small little nudge where it's like, see, you're not as great as a pirate as you're trying to convey to Edward that you are, in opposition to how he is as a pirate and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Code. Well, Saturday is here, Twitch is all wonkers again, yet you got your delivery today with all in it, so at least something has gone right. Well, that is good. That's great that you've received that delivery. It's definitely good when that happens, when things go well.
Studs out! Let's get moving! Do it right. I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my trumps! Keep it clear. You hear the news?
Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must. But for God's sake, don't sink her. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea. Although it can be done.
Fire! That's where the most ended! Into quarters! Hostile warship class!
Cannon ready!
Fire! Concentrate
Brace
on the task at
yourselves!
Ease off the wind! Let themselves exposed! Make them pay, Captain! They cannot stand
She's disabled now and taking on a decent amount of water. So keep your cannons quiet. Take care not to sink her. Lay up alongside her.
Brace for impact!
to him as gathers that cloud down. Captain lance a mine there, she's scorrel. Awaiting your mark, Captain.
I wanted to see what Hornigold says if you mess up. Nothing, it seems.
Main sails! More! Fire!
Almost ready, sir.
Go!
Down to the drink! Reloading, sir.
Yes, sir! Good shot, good crippler! Fire! They're so exposed! Take the shot, sir! Fire! Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize! Hey, more!
Que tengo un buen dia, senor. I am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew. We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose. For we intend to take all that you own. Yet no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? Inglés?
Little bit.
Tell your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lock him in the hold, and take everything that isn't nailed down.
There we go. So the big pirate who knows it all and is telling Edward, this is how you do it. And then is like, I'll take this. Yeah, I'm the captain. This is my crew. Extravagant speech. Extravagant speech. Then it's like, oh. So, you don't speak English. Oh, okay. Who does? Do you? And then it's like, yeah, a little bit. And then he's like, oh, okay. So the big captain man, who is supposed to be an expert in all things being a pirate and how to, weave a spell over soft minds and, make people think that you're going to do this and going to that, completely falls flat with this particular ship that he's boarded. And this happens no matter which schooner you actually board. But it is just so funny that Benjamin Hornigold, for all his egotistical kind of like blowhardedness about being a captain, just gets completely undone in this moment and creates a very funny sort of situation. I love the reactions between him and Edward based on this as well. So things didn't go quite the way that Hornigold was hoping it would be, to display to Edward how much of an expert he is in doing all this great stuff as a pirate. But he wasn't counting on something like this to be a speed bump in his plans.
Good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that size and you'll be set for a year. Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
Sod a year. I'm looking for a prize that'll set me up for life. I'll be king of the West Indies then.
We came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go, lad. Nassau is the place to be, not England.
Do you ever dream of the big score? A ship so full of gold and silver, you just split it and sail home.
Sure, but it's only a dream. Every man hopes to find a dozen chests of gold with no owners. They're as rare as an honest king.
So it's interesting, the conversation there between Hornigold and that, and the different goals and stuff that they both have. And Edward still wants to go back home to England, whereas Benjamin Hornigold is like, no, Nassau is the place to be in comparison. Which is interesting too, because even though he's saying things like that, as we read in his database entry, he still has a respect for his home, for his homeland, because of the fact that he wasn't wanting to necessarily attack English ships and stuff like that. And then you have Edward, who really, really wants to become rich. And he wants to take those riches and go back to England to show everyone how right he was in pursuing the life that he ended up living out here in the West Indies and stuff. And that's obviously still part of his plan, is to just basically become rich. And obviously the observatory in his mind is a place that if he was able to find it, then maybe he could sell it. And if he could sell it, maybe he could get a lot of money for selling it, and then take that money and then go back home and be like, see, Caroline? And I can't remember her father's name, but also be like to him, see, I was right in doing this. I'm rich, got all this money. We can live an extravagant life. And most likely, if that is how things ended up, Edward probably would have been like, and you aren't getting any of it. Only me and Caroline are going to be taking this money and using it and all that kind of stuff. But that's not what happens, of course. Edward isn't able to make a lot of money and go back home and be like, hey, but at this point in the story, that's still definitely a goal of his. And that's the motivation that keeps him going and keeps him getting embroiled in the Assassins and the Templars. And he just wants that goal. That's what he has in mind. And it's one of those things where the lesson to take away from this game's story, especially in terms of like Edward, the lesson isn't that it's bad to have aspirations for things. It's okay to have aspirations for things. Like, if you want to have money to provide shelter and food for you and your loved ones and your family, that's definitely not a bad thing at all. That's definitely something that is a positive thing to want. Like anything, there are extreme ways to achieve that, and there are other ways to achieve that. And some turn to crime to do that. Others turn to something else to actually achieve that. But the inherent desire to want to better your life is definitely not a bad thing at all. It's just that in Edward's case, if you look at this story, he's taking things to an extreme where he's putting everything else aside and only focusing on wanting to get rich. That he's willing to let his wife and his marriage crumble. He's willing to push aside whatever he can in pursuit of that goal. And it becomes his undoing. It becomes one of the things that fucks up not only his life, of course, but also those of those around him as well. And that's part of Edward's journey. And that's one of the reasons why I love this game. It's just like, this game, in terms of like the overall series, if I had to put it into terms of like favorites, this one for a long time has been my second favorite game in the series. The first favorite is AC2, then it's this game, and then Origins is my third favorite. There's definitely a whole lot of other games in the series that I absolutely love, but I don't know where I could put them in terms of like a favorites list. So they're the three that I've kind of settled on as my top favorites, meaning that there's room for other favorites, but if I had to choose just three and had to put them in a ranking, it would be AC2, Black Flag, and Origins. And one of the reasons why I love this game so much, and why I'm willing to do multiple playthroughs, even like, you know, with only, in some cases there was only like a week apart between playthroughs, is because there's so much about this game that you can sink your teeth into. And I really feel that if you want to not only be a writer in general, but if you want to be a video game writer, then this is definitely a great story to actually analyze, and a great character to examine, and all the different characters in the game, and what they represent, and what type of people they are, and their role in the story, and everything, and just how to tell a story about a character going on a journey. And not all characters have to end up in the same place at the end of their character arc. Some characters don't even have an arc, and yet they're still beloved characters. There's some characters who start off a story being one way, and they end the story still being the same person. There's nothing that's changed about them. So it's okay to have stories where the character doesn't go on a character arc. But for stories that do take that approach, and do have a character starting off one way, and they learn so much through their journey that by the end of the journey they're, if not like 100% different person, they're at least a 90 to 95% different person, or their perspective is different, or their personality is different, or something's changed, whether that's good or bad, whether it's going from something that was good at the start of their arc to making them bad at the end of it, or something bad at the start to making it good at the end of it. This game, and Edward Kenway and his story, is definitely a great one to analyze for looking at that kind of character arc. If you want your characters to really go through things and be changed by it in a way that becomes so central to the character, but also so central to so many themes that are in this series even before this game. And if you look at Assassin's Creed 1, you have a character who is working to redeem themselves. They've done some things that have really fucked things up, but they know that they were wrong, and they're trying to fix things, and they're trying to redeem themselves. And that's something that Altair is trying to do in AC1. And when we meet Altair in AC1 versus at the end, he's very, very different. It's similar with Edward. You know, Edward does some stuff that really fucks things up for people, but he gradually and eventually realizes the error of his ways, and he's trying to redeem himself. So that's part of Edward's sort of like character arc as well, that kind of redemption that he's going through. And this is definitely a great story to analyze if you want to do a story about a character who redeems themselves or goes through a redemption of some kind as well. So there's so many aspects to this game's story and the characters that is very, very cool. And one of the reasons why I absolutely love this game so much. So getting back to Benjamin Hornigold here with Edward. Edward is obviously still wanting to get to the observatory so he can sell it and go back home to England. Benjamin Hornigold is like, you know, why want to go back there when Nassau is the place to be?
Damn it! The ring's coming loose! Give me a hand here!
Mind you don't burn me! I think we've lost them, sir. Do it right! Don't foul the horse! Off on.
I can take off that stream anonymous message now because the people who use channel points have most likely figured out that by now about the new cooldown for it.
Cliff ahead, sir!
We're clear, Captain.
Douse the royals and tops!
4! Haul up all but mains!
¿En qué le puedo ayudar?
Alright, so this is the only point, I think, from memory, where the game forces you to have to actually upgrade the jackdaw. Because the game won't let you back out of this at this point. Alright, so we're going to get the intermediate hull as part of the story. And that was prizes and plunder finished.
Not a bad take today. Keep this up and Nassau will be the first city where men and women may live as God made them. Easy and free. All it takes is a few drops of blood, sweat, and a swatch of cloth.
We fly no colours out here, but praise the lack of them. So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. This one's yours. Fly it proud.
Okay, I really like this moment because it's another moment where we can see the ideology of the pirates as presented in this story and how it compares and connects and relates to that of the assassins and also the Templars as well. Alright, so earlier Hornigold, when meeting Adewale, instead of being like Blackbeard was and was welcoming of Adewale, he basically said to Edward after being introduced, you know, you trust him to carry a gun, do you? Because Benjamin Hornigold doesn't think very highly of Adewale, and the only reason he's saying something like that, and the only reason I think that you could actually give as to why he's saying that about Adewale, is because Adewale's black, and Hornigold, in his mind, doesn't see black people as trustworthy. So that's one thing from Hornigold's side from earlier. We hear him say that Nassau basically should be a place for men and women to feel free, right? Now that's a contradiction, isn't it, to him being racist towards Adewale? Because if he's wanting people to be free, surely that means that he also includes Adewale and people of color like him as part of that. But he's being a bit of a hypocrite in that respect. And the Templars can be like that too. They can try and make it seem like they're all for the people. But behind the scenes, they're actually all for only certain types of people. And Benjamin Hornigold, given what happened earlier with Adewale, him saying that Nassau is, indicative of a place where men and women should feel free. If you pressed him on it, though, and actually asked him, so all men and women? Maybe he would, still be like, yeah, of course. Why? What are you implying, kind of thing. But him saying that is contradictory to his reaction to Adewale earlier. Because if not, then he would have welcomed Adewale without mentioning anything to Edward about, you trust him with a gun, do you? Kind of thing. He didn't say it in a joking way, and there's no reason for him to say that, other than because of Adewale's skin color. Like, I can't personally see any other reason why he would say that about Adewale, because he doesn't know Adewale at all. He's just met him for the first time. So why make the assumption? Like, would he say that to someone who was, white? Would he say that to someone else who's not black? If so, then in that context, what would be the reason for even saying that? Like, what about a person would make one think, if you look at, this time period and stuff, that having a gun would be a bad thing for them to have? So that's the only thing that I can see as a reason to why Hornigold's like that with Adewale, and to say something like that upon first meeting him. It's not like Adewale has a reputation for being clumsy and dropping guns on the ground, and Hornigold is like, oh yeah, I've heard about Adewale, you got to watch out, you trust him with a gun, do you? He might drop it. It's nothing like that. There's nothing that Adewale says or does before meeting Hornigold, in the presence of Hornigold, that would suggest to Hornigold that there's a reason to not trust him with a gun, with a pistol. And the only thing that there is left as a reason for him to say that, and even if he was joking, where's the joke in saying that? Like, there's nothing for him to jump off as a springboard to say that about Adewale, about trusting with a gun, do you? Kind of thing. So yeah, when he says here in this scene about the men and women of Nassau and being free and all that kind of stuff, it's a bit hypocritical for Benjamin Hornigold, given that. Getting back to the ideology thing, Blackbeard talks about, let the black flag be, natural freedoms and all that kind of stuff. The assassins fight for free will. They want people to be able to choose what they want to do for their life. If they choose to be a mass murderer, then the consequence of that is the assassins are going to hunt them down and kill them. It was still their choice to do it. They chose to do that. So the assassins are like, you've chosen to do this very bad thing, so we're going to stop you by killing you. Because there's no redemption for you, because you've gone so far into this that you need to be assassinated. The Templars are kind of like, we'll manipulate you, we'll brainwash you into going certain ways that we want. We'll curate your path for you and shape you into what we want you to be for our purposes. So there's no free will there. They try to make the person feel like they're exerting their free will, but they're actually not, because they're being manipulated and brainwashed into making certain decisions. Because the Templars are able to move chess pieces, so to speak, in ways to make certain things happen and force their opponent into a move that the opponent might not have actually done had things been set up to be that way. And so the assassins fight for free will and the freedom to live, to have a place where you can feel safe and that you can enjoy and all that kind of stuff. And so Blackbeard talking about how Nassau and the Black Flag and all that's supposed to be is, signaling natural freedoms. That aspect relates to the assassins. So there's a comparison here happening. And that's one of the things that's happening in this story as well. There's a comparison happening between the assassins and the pirates. And there's certain characters that represent the assassins. Aside from just wearing the assassin outfit and calling themselves an assassin and being part of the assassins, there's more to being an assassin than just putting on an outfit and then calling yourself one. There's a whole lot of other stuff that goes into that that makes up what it means to be one. And so, in that sense, this game is saying, right, here's the assassins. This is how a character like Edward would perceive them to be. These are the ideals that they go for. These pirates that are on Nassau, Blackbeard and Edward and James Kidd, Mary Read, and I wouldn't include Benjamin Hornigold in this, despite what he said in that cutscene that we're in now. But it's looking at the similarities between the assassins and the pirate lifestyle and creating some connective tissue there. It's something they do in Valhalla as well with the Vikings. There's certain ways that they act that goes against the preconceived notion that all Vikings just did was killed people mercilessly without any, remorse or anything like that. But they want to show them in a certain way to connect and show that, hey, there's elements of the Hidden One / assassins that fall in line with the Viking way. And Eivor, when they learn the leap of faith, their belief in the fact that their life is already written for them and that they're going to die in battle means that there's no fear in jumping off a high point, because this is not where they're going to die. That's their belief. Eivor's belief in the moment when doing the leap of faith is that things have been written from the beginning, so I know that I'm going to die in battle, glorious battle, so I know that jumping off this thing is not going to be my death. And the assassins, when they take the leap of faith, is not just a cool way to get down or a quick way to get down. There's actually a meaning and a thought process and a feeling that goes into all that when they do the leap of faith. And they're putting their trust that they're going to land safely. They don't know if they are, because something might happen between them jumping and them landing. A rock might land in their path and hit them in the head as they go down. They don't know. They're putting faith in the unknown possibility of whether or not they're going to make the jump or not. They don't even think about that, though, because that's out of their mind, because they're completely going with their faith in the leap and then making that leap. And so with Eivor being a Viking and believing that they're going to die in battle, it takes away the fear of falling to their death. And so Eivor is able to make the commitment to do the leap of faith and be able to continually do it. And if we look at the pirates and all that kind of stuff, as I was saying, the pirates as they're presented in this are not all about going around killing and plundering and not giving a shit about people. They actually do have some lines that they're not going to cross. And Nassau is supposed to be a beacon for this new republic where people who want to live free and be able to take control of their own life and enjoy their natural freedoms can go to Nassau and experience that. And the idea of people having the freedom to live their life peacefully and just enjoy themselves is something that the assassins would also want. And so that lines up. So as we go through the game's story, there's a lot of things that are juxtaposing the two ideologies together and comparing and contrasting them as well. And it's also happening with the Templars. And Edward gets to see both sides of the thing. So he gets to experience what the Templars are after, their thought processes, what their perspective is, but also the assassin's perspective. But at the moment in this story, Edward is still pretty much like, if the Templars were to offer me an opportunity to make money, then I'll take it. If it was the assassins, the same. Edward is only worried about the money side of things. But there are other aspects to him, and when his crew gets captured later on, we see the first instance that there is something more than just money that actually makes Edward tick. And it's the fact that he really, 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 really appreciates and has a great sort of appreciation for his crew. So learning that they're kidnapped and that they're being captured, the way that he looks in that moment, his expression, is of someone who really cares deeply, not someone who doesn't give a shit and only cares about the money. He doesn't go, oh, well, I'll just get a new crew. He doesn't have that reaction. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But that's just something that I thought of to relate back to the whole assassins and the Templars, and also the differences between them and the pirates and Edward and all that kind of stuff. And having the black flag be a representation of that is a really cool way to combine it with the pirate way of doing things, but also showcasing that there are elements of what the assassins want that are connected and similar.
I will.
A hand over the docket I lent you. If we're to keep our republic afloat, we'll need guns as well as gold.
That means attacking the Navy.
So long as they're flying King Philip's colors will not offend our own monarch. As you've likely seen, the number of merchants roving these waters is 70 the number of military ships.
Aye, easy purchase, but in small doses.
Right. So to lure the Navy out of hiding, it's best to cause a bit of mischief.
Catch a few small fish to attract the big ones.
That's right. So plunder and pillage as you see fit, Captain Kenway.
And not long ago we had Benjamin Hornigold be like, you know, as long as we don't offend our own monarch, just attack the Spanish ships.
Sail ho! Military class brig on the horizon!
Good eye, man. Are you ready for this, Kenway? She won't go down without an honest fight.
Who's up for taking that brig, lads? Shout aye! Aye! That's a sound I like to hear. Pipe to quarters. All hands to cannons.
Careful around the Navy. They're as likely to ram you as fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels against them, shall we?
Aye, good thinking.
So Hornigold doesn't see any value in returning to England, but he still wants to make sure that only non-English ships get attacked and stuff like that. And it's also giving the player a heads up that if you attack English ships, you're more likely to get a bounty on you than if you were to attack the Spanish. Although in gameplay, maybe the frequency at which you get wanted level is the same no matter which ones you're attacking. But at least story-wise, Hornigold is basically saying that, you know, you should only attack Spanish ships, not English ships.
Ready to fire, sir! Fire! They've hit us, sir! Fire!
Short sail! Get us the squall! Loose and trim too! Fire!
Working on it hardy, sir!
Douse them up with
No way! She will ram
Fire!
We're ready, sir!
We've been hit!
Fire!
Weakest right there,
Douse
Captain!
the
Gallants and royals! Fire! Crowd on every inch of sail! Reloading! Ready to fire, sir!
Drop mines in her path when she tries to ram us.
Fire!
We're just about floods them, Captain!
Ease her sticks!
The ship is dying,
Get
Kenway!
the mains free!
Shit, yeah.
Fire!
Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
Fire!
Ready to fire!
We'll trim the yards off the wind!
Clew up the fore! Quit your soldering!
Clews down! Catch some wind!
Lay aloft and loose those men!
Look out!
Tops! Gallants! Royals!
That pale
Dodge!
mine, you hear?
Man those sheets!
Al diablo!
Over the top, lads! Kick him in the hams! And give him a taste of British steel!
Bleed! Any who set foot here, die! Victor! We have looted some goods useful for upgrading the ships.
We're making to hit him, sir! Unfurl mains, let's move! Almost ready, sir! Awaiting orders! Fire!
Get our dogs ready to bark!
Enemy making for us, sir! Brig! Fire! Fire! Almost ready! Fire! Fire! Take a shot! Right there, sir! Fire!
If she tries to rob us,
Working on it!
countermeasure.
Fire! Reef the topsails and peak is right there, Captain! Fire! All in the stunsail! Fire!
Look, Captain, a well-placed shot there!
Fire! Fire!
They're so exposed, take the shots out!
Cannon ready!
Chain shot would slow that brig.
Fire!
There's a good shot could cripple her!
Fire!
Mind the helm, sir, you will break us apart!
Fire!
Send them to Old Nick. I never actually heard that dialogue from the crew person before. Old Nick is another name for Satan or the devil.
Gonna cut you into drag them to that doom!
Should have surrendered when you had the chance!
That pale one's mine, you hear?
Bleed!
Let's see you sing! Let's have a glimmer, you innards!
That was a rumble, by God. How do we fare?
A fine purchase, no mistake. Now I think it's time to lay low and bribe our way back into secrecy.
Agreed. So, how do we get rid of this notoriety we've stirred up?
Money, my boy. A well-placed bribe to the right government official will see the military off your tail.
Right, let's do that. I'll need to meet these good Samaritans at some point.
Smart thinking.
I would say the danger has passed.
Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Furl! Furl all sail! Do you hear the news?
Debe de tener mucha prisa.
Sí. Desista, señor. ¿Qué pretende conseguir tratándome así? ¿Qué diablos está haciendo?
Sí, yo le llamo patachula.
While I'm here, let's go and talk to this merchant. And let's sell rum and sugar, because rum and sugar doesn't go towards any upgrading of the ship. Let's sell this that we've got. And jackdaw upgrades, broadside cannons. We've got enough metal to get that. Got to progress further in the story for the other stuff. For this playthrough, I won't be taking on the legendary ships, and I won't be upgrading the jackdaw to full. But what I will be doing between streams is grinding to get resources to upgrade the ship just enough so that when it comes to actually progressing through the story on stream, I don't have to worry about spending time grinding for resources on stream. If I have the ship already upgraded to a level that I'm going to be satisfied with, that will do me for the whole story, then I'd rather do that off stream and get that done, because it's going to take hours probably of time to do, and that way it can be already done before I get to a point in the story where I would have had to stop anyway to do grinding to help the ship a bit. So let's get the broadside cannons for now.
You're a wonder, Kenway. You've a knack for this kind of work.
It ain't work if you love it.
Tosh.
But I ain't doing this forever, lads. Only until I get enough coin to buy some land and influence back home.
Jesus, will you listen to your tripe? Still dreaming on about that strumpet back in England when you could have any Betty you wanted here and now.
Ah, such lofty goals for you gents. And here I thought I was in the company of scoundrels.
Just want to stop it there. Okay, so Benjamin Hornigold knows that Edward has someone back in England that he loves, i.e. his wife. Later, when James Kidd finds that out and responds to Edward, she is like, keep that from the others. They don't have any lofty goals in that respect. So by that dialogue later, it would seem that the only thing that Hornigold knows is that there's someone that Edward is, pining for back in England, but he doesn't know if they're married or not. Maybe he does, and that's not something that matters, and that it's only James Kidd's opinion or Mary Read's opinion that they wouldn't want to know that Edward is married, because she says to him, keep that to yourself kind of thing. But Hornigold is essentially telling Edward, forget about Caroline back in England, forget about her, you could have any woman you want. Right now, right here. You don't have to worry about waiting until you go back to England. You have your pick here in the Caribbean and all that kind of stuff. Edward, later, when he's talking to Mary, and when asked if he's still married, he says in God's eyes that they still are. And that means, I think, if I'm reading right, it means that they're still legally married, and being married in the eyes of God, so to speak, and being married in that way is obviously considered to be a legally binding thing too, as well. So I imagine that they're still legally married, but because they're separated and stuff, that there's obviously some kind of like tension going on there, which is understandable, and that kind of stuff. But Hornigold in this moment is saying to Edward, forget about that woman in England that you're pining about. You've got any woman in this location that you could ask for to be potentially someone to be with. And why waste your time and all that kind of stuff. And Edward's response is light-hearted and joking, but he is loyal to his wife. And so we don't... there is a point later where we see that he actually is waking up next to another woman. But up until that point, there's nothing that we're shown in the game that would suggest that he's unfaithful to Caroline. At least in this point in the story right now, in this cutscene. But Edward's response there is kind of not to go too serious about it, but I'm sure that on some level it would only remind him about that, and he, internally would be like, thinking about Caroline back home and how he probably misses her and all this kind of stuff when Ben Hornigold says that, but he just shrugs it off as being a light-hearted thing, and here I thought I was amongst people who had, standards, or you had something like that. I don't know if that's exactly what it is. A lot of the things that I'm saying, not all of it is about stuff that actually is. Sometimes I'm analyzing something and theorizing about certain things. So for all I know, there might be something in like a comic book, or there might be something somewhere that mentions that Edward was unfaithful to Caroline the moment he left. I don't know. I'm just theorizing that because we don't see in the game any indication that he had been until he wakes up next to another woman. And it's not like they're in bed or anything. It's not like they're both naked or anything when that happens. But he's done a lot of drinking the night before and he's passed out on like the bench table thing. And the woman is next to him sleeping. And he basically, I think from memory, picks her leg up off him and puts it aside before getting up. But that doesn't necessarily mean either that he cheated on his wife in that sense. Like, obviously, there's different levels of cheating and all that kind of stuff, where it's like cheating with the mind and, then the next level is, obviously cheating actually and physically and all that kind of stuff. But at that point in the story, that's probably the only point where I personally feel that it indicates that he's been unfaithful to Caroline. But not that he's been unfaithful to her from day one, since he actually left England and all that kind of stuff. So that aspect I'm theorizing, and all that kind of stuff. And maybe I'm misreading Edward's response there. Maybe his response doesn't have that underlying reasoning of he's just saying this to make light of the situation because he wants to deflect any emotions that he wants to, or that he might feel about Caroline that could be sensitive to him, and he wants to save face in front of his friends and doesn't want to indicate to them that he's hurt or otherwise affected by Benjamin's words there about Caroline, even though he doesn't name her. But I might be wrong about what he's feeling, because the only person who can really know what a character's feeling is the person who wrote the character. So Darby McDevitt, I'm sure, would probably be able to look at that dialogue and go, yeah, this is what Edward was thinking. This is actually what he was thinking in that moment. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe Edward's not thinking about that kind of stuff, and he just says that because that's who he is. He just says, funny stuff. It could be that too. So yeah, it's partly theorizing stuff. It's partly interpreting things, and I'm definitely one of those people that if I'm interpreting something wrong, and it is something that there's no room for error to be wrong about it, and I am, got a different kind of understanding or interpretation of something, then I'm definitely open to knowing what the actual interpretation was. So in that moment when Edward makes that response, I could be misinterpreting what he might be feeling or thinking in that moment. But all we have to go on is the fact that he's responded that way, and sometimes people respond to things that cause them pain by laughing it off and things like that, and using humor and things. So maybe taking that and then applying it to that situation is not the right thing to apply. But I'm just assuming and theorizing that Edward in that moment, internally, is probably not wanting to face that in that moment, and would rather just deflect it with some humor.
Fine purchase today. What's the crew's mood?
All smiles and no teeth. And there's a few talking about meeting with Master Kid to steal from a nearby plantation.
A plantation? That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye. It's a good idea.
Stan, towards the end, we see him with women. Yeah, the only one I can remember explicitly is the one that he's sleeping on the bench with. But I don't remember seeing any scenes where he's going into a room with a woman and then it cuts to black or something, or anything like that. We see in the video that plays if you don't press anything at the menu, we see that he kills a Spanish soldier and then grabs the Spanish woman that was accompanying the soldier and then walks off with her. But that's something that's a cinematic, and it's not necessarily something that's indicative of what we actually see in the game itself, in the narrative as well. But the only time I remember seeing him with another woman in a context which could construe that he's been unfaithful is that situation. Oh, that scene, Stan, is what you're talking about. Okay, I gotcha. Cool. Code, Mother and Pa are taking their flu, etc. shots today, and Mother will be having a checkup next week for her cheek. One of the neighbours had a cancer a cancer check coming positive, and your mother has similar skin markings on her cheek. Definitely a good idea to have her get that check then, Code. It could be something different, but there's no point taking that risk in hoping that it's something different when it might be what you're fearing, and maybe early detecting it would be better, and having that done earlier, thinking that it could be, and hopefully you get some good responses back from that. Okay, so I just want to go over what the previous memories were. Sequence 3, we're still in Sequence 3, but prizes and plunder. Yeah, so prizes and plunder was Edward learns the basics of plundering ships from Benjamin Hornigold. The previous memory we just did was raise the black flag. Edward learns the dangers and excitements of raising his wanted level and defending himself against the brigs that chase him down. And Sequence 3, Memory 5, sugarcane and its yields. On the advice of James Kidd, Edward tails one of Peter Beckford's agents back to his plantation and robs the warehouse there. Let's check for database entry updates. Nothing with people at the moment, but I still want to get the exclamation marks off the screen. There we go.
Loose and trim too! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind!
Loose topsails, gallants, and royals! We're clear, Captain.
there, Captain.
Ease off the wind!
Bring it all sail, gammon tight!
Captain's got to sea!
Sheila, always do the plantation mission before side quests or before you explore, because otherwise a certain dialogue can drive you crazy. I love that dialogue that can keep on playing about, what is your aim? Like Edward's like to Adewale. Adewale is like to Edward. And what's your aim? Captain Kidd mentioned something about Tulum. It's quite some distant, mind, on the Yucatan Peninsula. Do you think he can play it fair? I can't be sure. There's that dialogue that can play over and over again, which in a few playthroughs over the years, I've actually had that be the point where I stop the stream for the day. And so when I do grinding, if I'm doing grinding off stream after that point, that's what I always hear.
Why, look. It's the bastard son of the late William Kidd. Still a mere boy, and yet 10 times the demon his father was.
Fancy seeing you here, Kenway. Still looking sleek and mean. Did you steal that costume from a dandy in Havana?
No, sir. I found this on a corpse. One that was walking about and talking shite to my face only moments before.
I love that interaction there. How the pirates laugh at Edward and his response to what Mary said. But then they stop when he says that it was someone who was talking shite moments before getting killed. Then the other pirates, they're like, then they stop. And then they start saying something else. So what's interesting here, of course, is that Edward doesn't necessarily, I don't think, know that no, he would by this point. Yeah, he would by this point. He'd know that the outfit that he's wearing is what the assassins wear, because he's seen other assassins wear similar outfits and all that kind of stuff. But he doesn't know that Mary's actually an assassin. And Mary, in commenting on his outfit, is obviously aware that there's only a few ways he could have actually gotten that outfit. Either he just so happened to find it lying on the ground somewhere, randomly, or he killed an assassin. At this point, knowing that Mary Read is an assassin, if you played this game before, I wonder, does Mary actually know already that Duncan was going to betray the assassins? And by extension, does Artabai know that Duncan was going to betray the assassins? Because if they already know that Duncan was going to become a Templar, then him getting killed wouldn't be of any mind to Artabai or Mary Read or the other assassins, because they'd be like, good riddance to him. Mary asking Edward or commenting on his outfit, and then is like, did you steal it from a dandy in Havana? And all that. On the surface, if you haven't played this game before and you don't know that Mary is actually an assassin, that might just be a curiosity of the character in asking that, or commenting on that. And from a different perspective, if you don't know that Mary is actually an assassin and all that, it could be easily surmised that it's just a commentary on the outfit itself that Mary is talking about, and that. But given that Edward is wearing an assassin's outfit, and given that Mary knows of the assassins because she is one, and Edward not knowing yet that she actually is an assassin, I mean, he doesn't even know yet that James Kidd is not a man, but is actually Mary Read, a woman. So him not knowing that Mary is an assassin means that he's got no idea that one of the reasons why she would be commenting on his outfit is to get more information out of him, maybe. So maybe they have an assumption that something happened to Duncan, and they're still trying to figure out what happened. And so seeing Edward in that outfit has made her inquire further as to where he got it to try and figure out what happened to Duncan. Either that, or she already knows that Duncan was going to betray the assassins and is just curious about Edward and what he would respond with. Because maybe she knows what happened but doesn't know the full circumstances. Who knows, really? But the point is that I'd like to make is that, number one, it's a funny comment that she makes about the outfit. And it's a bit of a sense of humor jab at the outfit itself by calling it something that, a dandy would wear. And I've looked up the meaning before, but since then I've actually forgotten the meaning. But a dandy was someone who had was unduly concerned with looking stylish and fashionable. So essentially, Mary is saying to Edward, did you steal that off someone who doesn't care about looking stylish and fashionable, therefore implying that the outfit is not stylish or fashionable? That's a funny aspect to her question about the outfit. And Edward is giving her more information by saying, it was someone that he killed only moments before who was talking shite to his face. And as we go through the story, there's other parts that happen where there's kind of like a social stealth thing going on with Mary as an assassin, and her interactions with Edward and all that kind of stuff. But Edward isn't stupid, and he starts to actually think that there's something about James Kidd, because again, he doesn't know yet that James Kidd is actually Mary Read. He does sort of pick up that there's something, because later he says, I reckon he says something like, I reckon you know more than you let on in Nassau. So he says that to Mary later. And then she's like, you did you? Or something like that. And then gives coordinates to meet at Tulum as well. And there's some other things that happen too, but we'll get to them when we actually get to them in the story. But I just love that whole interaction. It's just so well done. And I love the reactions of the other pirates there. They're all laughing at the comment that Mary made about Edward's outfit. But then when Edward mentions how he got the outfit, that's when they stop laughing, because they're like, oh, shit. Yeah, we better not laugh at that, because that's making fun of what he's wearing. And if the person who was wearing it was making fun of him before getting killed, they don't want to actually run the risk of, getting on his bad side or something. Shillerlock, thank you so much for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote. Take my rum, sugar, anything you like. Is that the actual one that you wanted me to do, Shillerlock? Because sometimes when people redeem that, they might put a quote in, and sometimes I don't know if it's the actual quote that they would like, because I changed that a long time ago, because originally it was just me choosing a random one, but then I added the options within it. Oh, so it was Shillerlock. Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Stede Bonnet is such a great character. There's so many great moments with him. I would have liked to see more of him, actually, in the game. I think it would have been cool to maybe even see a flashback to his home life or something like that. I don't know. But I think he's one of those characters that if they were to do a story about his character as portrayed in this game, it'd be cool to learn more about him and see different situations and stuff. Sheila, you can see her hidden blades since the very first cutscene. That's a nice detail. And I didn't even notice before. But I guess I never actually analyzed the way that Mary dresses and looks at this point in the story, because obviously I know after the first playthrough that she's an assassin. But now that I actually, because I thought, maybe when she's around Edward and that, she conceals it even further. But that's cool that if you know what to look for, that you know that she's got a hidden blade, which means that she's definitely being able to hide it very well from Edward and all that kind of stuff. Crooked, they have such a nice relationship. They really do. That's one of the things that I really like about this game as well. And Mary is such a great character because she's someone that she believes in Edward. She sees something in him that he might not even know himself is within him. But Mary is a big reason why Edward doesn't get killed by Artabai, is because she basically vouches for him and is able to convince Artabai that Edward is still someone that they can actually gain the assistance of. But there's something about Edward that she can see, and it's why she sticks with trying to, sort of like educate him on certain things and all that kind of stuff. And later, we get confirmation by Artabai and all that about what Mary thought of Edward as well later on. But yeah, the other thing too that's great about that dynamic is it would feel really good to have someone who believes in you and is able to, and that's the whole thing with mentors and mentees, or proteges, probably the better word to use, is the idea of having someone who is trying to help someone and is able to be understanding and patient with them enough to be able to recognize that there's a lot of potential in this person and it might take some time, but I've got faith in this person's abilities that if I have patience enough and I stick with it and I stick with them and try to help them achieve what I know that they can achieve, then that's something that is very important, obviously, in that kind of relationship, but something that's very powerful as well. And another reason why I always like to point out that being an assassin, and obviously I'm talking about the video game series, like I don't know what it's like to be an actual hitman or an assassin, but in the context of the Assassin's Creed series, being an assassin is more than just you put the outfit on and away you go. It's not just, oh yeah, there's the tenets, or there's the maxim, nothing is true, everything is permitted. It's not just, oh, look flashy doing a jump off a high building. There's actual meaning and there's actual belief within all that too. So a true assassin is someone who doesn't just put the outfit on and wear the weapon and then remember the creed and the tenets and then just, that's all there is to it. That's also part of it, obviously, but knowing the meaning behind what nothing is true actually means, knowing the meaning behind what everything is permitted actually means, understanding it and knowing how to put it into practice, the belief in it, the leap of faith being something that has to have belief involved. Otherwise, it's not a leap of faith. That's the whole point of it being called a leap of faith. And it's a frame of mind that the assassin has when they're doing it that puts aside all fear, all doubt. And those things are more important than that kind of stuff. And the way that Mary Read interacts with Edward and the way that she operates as an assassin and the lessons that she tries to impart on Edward from the perspective of an assassin and all that kind of stuff is just as important as wearing the assassin outfit. Let's look at what Mary's wearing at the moment. She's not wearing an assassin outfit. There are elements that are what an assassin wears. Obviously, the red sash around the waist is something that a lot of assassins wear. Does her not wearing the full outfit change anything about her being an assassin that's actually important? that's more important than the belief that she has as an assassin in being an assassin and what that stands for. That's more important than the outfit. If an assassin loses the outfit, that's okay. But if the assassin loses the faith and the belief in what they're doing, that is where things become undone. And that's where an assassin can really end up doubting themselves. And some assassins, when they get to that point, have obviously been manipulated by the Templars to join their side instead as well. So it's more than just the outfit of an assassin that makes an assassin an assassin. There's also the belief system, there's also the faith, there's also the thought process and the understanding and all that kind of stuff, which is more important than the actual outfit itself. That doesn't mean that an assassin should not respect the outfit. It doesn't mean that an assassin should not treat it with respect or treat it carefully or whatnot. Obviously, there's unavoidable things like being attacked by someone. Obviously, the outfit's going to get dirty and stuff like that. But obviously, assassins do care about the outfit and what it represents. But it's not the only thing that matters about being an assassin. And it's not the only thing that represents what it is to be an assassin as well. And that's something that this game is trying to do. And that's why I definitely disagree about it not being an Assassin's Creed game with anything to do with Assassins or the Creed. Because at the very heart of it, that's what it is. It's just that the story is approached through the perspective of someone like Edward, who doesn't know anything about the Assassins and the Templars, and isn't an assassin himself, or a Templar himself. It's through the eyes of someone who has stumbled into this war without actually knowing it even was existing as a war that's been going on for centuries. And the game is showing things from their perspective. And perspective is more than just visual, as in first person versus third person. Perspective in storytelling can also be showing an event happening one way for one character, but then showing the same event through the eyes of someone else. So someone who is told about an event might imagine it to be one way. So if a game was telling a story about the person imagining the event, what we would see doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly what happened. That's just how the person receiving the information is interpreting things. However, if we were to be playing as someone who knew and was there and actually remembers everything, and we get shown in a cutscene what actually happened, we are being shown things from the character's perspective, because they're able to remember what actually happened, whereas the other person who wasn't there is trying to visualize what that would have been like as well. So that's an example of showing different perspective within the same story on the same thing, but from just someone else's point of view and experience. And so this whole game story is from the perspective of a character who stumbles into this whole thing. Versus, and they could have done this, they could have easily done this if they wanted to, and it would have been fine. Black Flag could have been a game about Mary, about her life as an assassin, meeting a pirate named Edward Kenway, and pretending to be a pirate to get information from Edward Kenway about the Templars and what happened. That would be shifting perspective from playing as a character who knows nothing about the Assassins and the Creed to playing as someone who does. Now, if you take those two things in mind, think about this cutscene, right? This cutscene here, the way that it happens is how it happens. Edward and Mary are there. If Edward was to describe how things happened, he would most likely say the same kind of thing that Mary would say. If the story was from Edward's perspective, and he had just happened upon Mary talking to these pirates, and then later on he's thinking, I wonder what they were talking about before I arrived, and then we see a cutscene where it shows what, you know, what he thought might have happened. That's from his perspective, not from Mary's perspective. So in this cutscene, for example, if we were playing as Mary, there would have been a whole lot of stuff that we would have seen that Edward doesn't know and that Edward hasn't seen, that we would have seen because we would be experiencing the story from Mary's perspective. but we're not. We're experiencing it from Edward's perspective. And in that sense, Mary is a character in Edward's story perspective, and in Edward's perspective, Mary is, just part of his story from that sort of thing. And so we as the player are in the shoes of Edward. We're not in the shoes of Mary. And so if this game was more about Mary and it was about being an assassin, then there would have been a whole lot of different stuff in this game. But we're just playing it through the perspective of Edward. And that does not by any means diminish Mary's importance in the story as a character and as an assassin. Therefore, her being the conduit through which the assassins are represented, both to Edward, who didn't know about them before, and then metaphysically, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but metaphysically, us as the player who, if you haven't played the game before, you are learning things about the assassins and the Creed, just as Edward is, through the people who are involved in the conflict and who have been for a while. So that's the perspective that the game has taken. And so Mary is no less important as an assassin in this game story, and so too is the Assassin's Creed and what it means to be an assassin, and the Creed itself, therefore is not diminished by us playing as a pirate. So she's a great character, and she's a character that also gets slept on by Ubisoft. And I think that she's a character that definitely needs a game of her own. I think it would be excellent, especially if Olivia Morgan could reprise the role as well, because it'd be great to see what her life was like from her perspective through things that she experienced before meeting Edward, and also in between the events that we see her and Edward interact. See the meeting that happened between her and Artabai when she was recruited to be an assassin. See that, play that, experience that, and also see what happens from the perspective of the other assassins when they find out that she's actually dead. Like, have a ceremony that the assassins do to honor her passing as an assassin, but also as a human being, as a person, and have that be the final thing that we see, is like a funeral for Mary Read. That would be so cool to have a game where we play as Mary. I think it would be so good. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome. Black Flag is going good. Going really well. We have the ability now to upgrade the jackdaw, and that means that when I need to grind between streams to get some resources, I can take full advantage of all the game mechanics and don't have to worry about, I haven't done this part yet, so the game won't let me do that action until I do that part. But yeah, it's going really good. Just talking about this scene, about how Mary notices that Edward is wearing the outfit, or if at least not noticing for the first time commenting on it, and how the pirates who were actually listening in the conversation were laughing at Mary when she commented on his outfit, calling it something that a dandy would wear. And then when Edward starts to talk about how he killed the person who wore it a few moments before when they were being, shite to his face, the pirates actually stop laughing because they're like, oh, shit, damn, we better not laugh at Edward anymore if that's what he did to the person who wore it after they were talking shite to him before. So I was talking about that, and through that I ended up talking about Mary's outfit and the fact that she's not wearing a full assassin outfit, but that doesn't make her any less of an assassin because she's not wearing the outfit right now. That there's more to being an assassin than the outfit, and there's more to the tenets of the Creed than just being something you have to remember, and all that kind of stuff. And then talking about perspective of characters, how we're playing through Edward's perspective. So anything that we experience through his eyes is what we're playing. And if we were playing a game where we played as Mary, we would be seeing different things because we'd be playing from her perspective, and then talking about how I would have loved to have a Mary game where we get to play as her as well.
Huh.
So, what's this I hear about a planned raid on a plantation? Not keeping secrets from me, are you?
Not very well. Every day, schooners packed with sugar sail past, coming from plantations nearby. Most times they stop here, sell off a few crates. There's one man visiting today that'd earn you a fine profit. So if you'd like to rob his plantation, I'll point him out.
I would.
I like that. Number one, it's so funny because Edward says, not keeping any secrets from me, are you, James? Well, there's definitely a secret that Mary is definitely keeping from Edward at this point. So I just love how when you already know the particulars of a story in a game, it's always a joy to replay and then pick up on stuff that when you first played, you only knew it from face value perspective. But when you go back after you've already played something for the first time, then you start to see the foreshadowing. Then you start to see the little bits of dialogue that have a different meaning when you know what's actually going on. So, of course, because Edward doesn't yet know that James Kidd is not actually a man, that she's actually a woman named Mary, the fact that he's like, not keeping secrets from me, are you? And it's funny, Mary's response where she's like, not very well, but there is one secret that she's actually keeping very well guarded from Edward and the other pirates as well. And that's the fact that she's actually a woman. And I just love stuff like that gets put into games when you're doing a replay.
Is it a Mr. Beckford that owns this plantation?
That's the man. He owns dozens round these islands, and he's bloody rich.
Just the sort I like to see robbed.
His agent is around here somewhere. Find and follow him, and he'll lead you straight to your prize.
Let's see where Mary actually goes off to. Or if she even says anything if we don't go forward. Nope. How about these pirates that were talking before? Let's see. Nope. Usually when you blend with groups, if you stay still, they'll actually have a conversation about stuff.
Yeah. We trade at prices Mr. Beckford knows are fair, and with a quality he knows is sound.
Aye, 'tis hearty molasses and raw cane, that's a given.
It gladdens me to hear you're saying so. Despite the waywardness of your enterprise here, I understand that you are men of discernment.
Alright, that dialogue that the NPC is saying there about the counting of stock, that's something that I've covered in the previous phase. Things like that.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
I always love that quote. What we have here is a failure to communicate. I can't remember what movie I've heard that in now.
Listen to what he's telling you.
Yeah, listen to what he's telling you. Give over.
Beaufort, Manning, to me. We've done with this place.
Aye, sir. What's our course?
We'll return to the plantation and there take stock of our inventory. It was a good harvest this year.
You might not talk so loud, sir. This ain't anything like a friendly port, Ken.
Nonsense, man. I had a delightful conversation with a chap just now. We came to quite an understanding.
As you say.
All up and on fell, boys. We're going home.
What's he on about?
Oh, Major Payne. Lucinda, yeah. But it was a reference to another movie before it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the movie I would have most likely heard it from first, Major Payne. Not the movie that they were referencing with that quote in that movie.
Captain, you have the look of a man crafting a bold idea. A look I've seen before.
You mark well, Ade. I've just overheard one of the Beckford's men talking grandly about his plantation and all the cargo he's keeping there. And it gave me the idea that I might take these goods off him and sell them off for a better price than he'd ever ask.
Ah, a man of vision. I like this idea. Careful, Captain! These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Hold, Ade. There's trouble afore.
I see them.
To larboard, sir! Some wrecked cargo here, sir. I'll have them bring up more pitch.
Hostile warship closing! Think she's a cutter! Royal Bloody Navy! They're all alone, sir!
This man's working for Peter Beckford's people. Do you know them? The Beckfords and their sugar empire.
Aye. The Beckfords and the Draxes. I never worked their plantations, but I knew their names from hearing other men curse them.
But you worked a plantation, no?
A modest one, aye. As a striker in the boiling house.
Boiling house? Was it water they boiled, or something else?
Cane juices. It's a hard process making sugar. Dangerous, too. Must be why it fetches such a dear price.
What's it like? Toiling on a plantation day and night.
Well, with the cane sugar cut and harvested, it's run between two metal rollers that crush the juice from the plant. After collecting the juice, it was time to boil away the waters from the sugar. This we did in thatches made of copper. But let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin will stick like bird lime and burn on, leaving a terrible scar.
Jesus.
To larboard, sir! There's a man afloat there, sir!
Doc's
Before that continues on, Maxi, thank you so very much for the raid. You got to head off to do some groceries, so could only do a short stream. That's understandable, dude. I hope you had a good stream. Hope it went well. Thank you so much for the raid. Muchly appreciated. And I hope that the playthrough's going good as well, because that's the first time playthrough of that game, isn't it? Thank you, Maxi. I definitely will have a great stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Zamaxi's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Dragon Quest 11 S Echoes of an Elusive Age, the definitive edition, and he plays a lot of other JRPGs as well. He's also a fan of series like GTA. He did a playthrough recently of GTA 5, a law-abiding citizen run, where he had to obey all kinds of laws in the game. Whenever there was missions that didn't require laws to be broken, he had to make sure that laws weren't. and a whole range of different ones, aside from just related to driving a vehicle and also walking and other gameplay elements that are integral to GTA 5. But also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series. Most recently, he finished a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage. So he's played the majority, if not all, the main entries in the series. And he's also a really, really cool dude. So highly recommend checking out Max's channel. No worries for the shout out. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. The game is going good. You're enjoying the story in combat. Oh, nice. That's good. It's really good when they have that balance done really well, so you can enjoy both. Thanks again, dude, for the raid. Muchly appreciated. I hope that your grocery shopping goes well. Hopefully it's not too busy. And if so, hopefully there's no people that are, spending hours in front of other people or getting in people's way or anything like that. Thank you so much for joining, and I hope you have a good one.
Eyes and rough seas there!
It's a risk to anchor too close. The soldiers roving the plantation would catch us for sure.
Drop here then and sneak ashore. We'll look after the jackdaw.
There's some dialogue that can actually glitch and not happen.
Fancy to swim!
And the last two phases, it hasn't played. So you can bet your ass that in this playthrough, if it doesn't play, I'm going to restart the checkpoint.
What's happened here? Why such disarray?
Bit of a do, sir, that's all. It's Wilmington's birthday.
And you saw fit to get pickled on duty?
It's no bother, sir. We've everything sorted.
We'll soon see, won't we? For you must double the watch this evening.
Double, sir? Whatever for?
I believe I was followed here, young man. By pirates, if my eyes honour me, though the ship was uncommonly large for such rascals. Certainly wasn't slavers, though, not a ship that size. In any case, double the watch. And keep your damned eyes wide for anything suspicious.
Get back here, you deaf idiot!
You up there! Look alive, man! You've a job to do!
Apologies, sir. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Bastard trying to get away!
For God's sake, what the hell is going on here today? How do you suppose you'll be able to ring that alarm if you're piss drunk and barely able to stand?
Forgive me, sir. I am fit and able. If I see any strangeness about, you'll hear the bell ringing straight away, I promise.
That dialogue can sometimes glitch and not even happen. So I'm glad that for this story-focused playthrough, where I want to get all the dialogue without talking over it, that we actually got that to happen.
You can gab later.
Truly senseless.
I'd like to speak to the man in charge here. I require entrance to the warehouse. Which of you dogs has the key to the warehouse, huh? Is there no one sober here? Fetch me the warehouse key, if you please.
It's all got to be moved, lads. With gumption. And I'll hear no more complaints.
The key, goddammit! Someone find me the key!
Use your knees, lad. I'll not have you through your back. We're not done here, Smith. You can gab later. Heavy or not, it's all got to be moved, lads. With gumption. Use your knees, lad. I'll not have you through your back.
Exactly. Use your knees when you're picking something up to lift something up.
Later.
Yes, Smith, you can gab later. Work has to be done. I love NPC dialogues. I want to try to get as many of the NPC dialogues within memories as possible.
All for want of heavy or not, it's all got to be moved, lads. With gumption.
He must be emptying the old country just to have a few souls in all the dirt he's claiming.
Not a word, other than rumors of pirate activity on the route.
We're not done here, Smith. You can gab later.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
Use your knees, lad. I'll not have you through your back.
I'm no warrior. Just a poor workman. Spare
Heavy
me.
or not, it's all got to
Shit!
be moved,
Alarm! Alarm!
Interloper! Raise the alarm!
I love how that final dude could hear that his mates were yelling, "Get the alarm," but he just casually walks around. The great thing about enemies that go for the alarm in this game is that even if you're in open combat, you can still get a one-hit kill with your hidden blade on the person trying to ring the bell before they do. Whereas other enemies in a combat situation that are already aware of you and you're in combat, it won't let you actually do just a one-hit kill. Unless you're doing like a chain kill after the first one's dead, of course, but it's a good trick to know that you can do that, even in a combat situation with other enemies around going to fight at you.
You're paid to work. Use your knees, lad. I'll not have
Yeah,
you
listen
through
to
your
the "not
back.
my job" guy strikes again. It's like,
We're
it's
not
not
done
my
here,
job.
Smith. You can gab later.
You can gab later. Yeah.
It's all got to be moved, lads.
It's got to be
Gumption.
moved. With
No
gumption.
more complaints. You're paid to work. Not have you through your back.
Spare me.
Meanwhile, the guy who's afraid of Edward
Not done here, Smith. You can gab later.
and the other dude's like still going on about his spiel about you can gab later and all that stuff. It's like, talk about showing how some people don't care about what someone else is going through. It's like, there's literally someone who murdered someone behind you, and yet you're still going on about the same thing naturally as if you didn't know.
Almost like there's a new girl at Mechanics I'd love to see Marmody work on.
Not a word, other than rumors of pirate activity on the route.
Yeah, Lucinda is like, well, I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. You're making this up to try and get out of work, aren't you?
Important. Not a word, other than rumors of pirate activity on the route.
Did you ever find out who all this powder's for? Virginia. Mostly guarding the college and such at Williamsburg under Governor Spotswood. A few skirmishes with Powhatan tribesmen rebelling against their enslavement, but nothing too bloody. Virginia. Did you ever find mostly guarding the college and such at Williamsburg under Governor Spotswood? A few skirmishes with Powhatan tribesmen rebelling against their enslavement, but nothing too bloody.
Not a word, Other than rumors of...
It's funny, those two soldiers are having two completely different conversations, which makes me wonder, the dude that I killed who was talking to the guy before,
Where were you stationed prior to this assignment?
he probably had the response dialogue.
Good King Phil should look to his men's provision if he wants to keep his lands.
But because he's dead and the game put another character there, the game is still acting as if the person who's replaced the guy who is dead is saying the same things that they would have said if they were talking to someone else.
You then.
Georgie will relieve him of more of its burden soon enough, I'll warrant.
I'm confusing the game. The game doesn't know down from up or left from up or down from right. A whistling bush. I love these. Let's have a look.
Just keep to the brick shithouse routine. Let someone else do the brainy bits.
Just keep to the brick shithouse routine. Let someone else do the brainy bits.
Mostly guarding the college and such at Williamsburg under Governor Powder's for. A few skirmishes before.
Did you ever know what this powder is for? Oh, that's good. It still gave me the reward for no bells ring. Even though the sound of the bell did start to play, but I must have gotten there in time enough to prevent the game from recognizing it, programming-wise, as having been rung.
Loose and catch the wind! Douse the royals and tops! Loose main sails!
Shrouds are still lashed tight. Loose tops and royals!
Yes, Marcel Gianin. They're still lashed tight. Marcel is one of the crew members on the Jackdaw. There's his other roles in the AC series, going all the way back to Assassin's Creed 1. He played King Richard in that game. I'd know his voice anywhere. There's certain actors in this series that once you get attuned to how they sound, it can be much easier to pick out the same actor, even if they're doing an accent. So I've heard Marcel do French accents, British accents.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! As much sail as you can!
Sail we have. Close down! Man your shoots!
We're sailing straight for reef in all.
Let's check the database for a moment. Okay, so there's no people entries, but I still want to get the exclamation marks off the screen for other categories. Alright, so we're in a in the 6th memory now of sequence 3. Edward, Ed Thatch, and James Kidd track a Spanish galleon to its moorings and discover a strange surprise.
Keep it clear. Do you hear?
Captain overboard!
Like, talking earlier about a Mary Read game, for example, I wonder what kind of conversations that Mary and Blackbeard have had around this campfire at this point in the story. It'd be cool in a game where you play as her to actually see these kinds of things and hear the conversations that they would have had. And that would be a cool way as well to give more sort of like focus on other characters that we've already met in Black Flag, but through the perspective of Mary, and see what kinds of differences there are. Because obviously the way that Blackbeard and Mary would interact with each other would be different than how Edward and Blackbeard does, or how Adewale and Mary might interact with each other, or how Blackbeard and Charles Vane might, react and all that kind of stuff. So these little things like that would be cool to actually see in a Mary Read game. Conversations that we didn't hear take place in Black Flag, with characters that we only come across in certain situations already having most likely spoken before we arrive.
Here's to our pirate republic, lads. We're prosperous and free and out the reach of kings, clergy, and debt collectors.
Near 500 men now pledge their allegiance to the Brethren of the Coast in Nassau. Not a bad number.
Truth. Yet we lack sturdy defenses. If the king were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Then let us find the observatory. If it does what these Templars claim, we'll be unbeatable.
Not that twaddle again, Kenway. That's a story for schoolboys. I mean, proper defenses. Steal a galleon, shift all the guns to one side. Would make a nice ornament for one of our harbors.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. And I'll show you. She's a fussock, she is. Fat and slow.
It's so funny how when I press the button on the PlayStation to go into take a screenshot mode, how it does pause the game in terms of the cutscene progressing, but it doesn't stop things like the water effects playing on loop. Very curious and interesting. Listen, though, speaking of Nassau, your brother is on vacation in the Bahamas and he sent a picture from Nassau. You're like, hey, you know that place? Oh, that's so cool. That would be so cool. It'd also be so cool to go to the places that you see represented in these games if you haven't been there before, after having played. But that's cool that he sent you a picture as well, and you're like, hey, I know that place. We have a really good interaction there with Edward and... Edward, Blackbeard is the Edward I'm meaning. But Blackbeard and Adewale. So earlier I was talking about how when Adewale was introduced by Edward to Blackbeard and to Benjamin Hornigold, Blackbeard had no issues whatsoever, didn't have any snide remarks, didn't have anything that would suggest that he looks at Adewale and be like, I don't like this guy, or anything like that. Benjamin Hornigold, though, the first thing he says to Edward is, do you trust him with a gun, do you? And it's like, what cause would he have to say that about Adewale, unless it was because of the color of his skin? But I've said that enough times already and gone into that earlier in the stream. But Blackbeard has always been welcoming of Adewale and hasn't had any snide remarks or anything like that about Adewale or paying him out or doing anything like that. In that moment there, we have the situation where Adewale is like, it's not so easy to get a Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind? And then Blackbeard, instead of being like, ignoring him or shutting him up or whatever, or saying, whatever, he says, I do, sir. And he's answering him with respect as well. He's not like, oh, I do, sir, or anything like that. So I like those interactions between Blackbeard and Adewale. And you can tell that they definitely get along with each other. And Edward does as well, and Mary Read. But Benjamin Hornigold is a different story. He's definitely someone that has shown to have certain views of people that, it's definitely hard to see there being any other reason from his perspective to be like that towards Adewale, other than the fact that Ade is black and Hornigold is white. Hey, Lytus. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. Welcome on in. How's things been going? You can close the tab now. Awesome, that's cool. Thank you for joining, Lytus. I hope everything's going good. As for me, I'm doing well, having a good weekend. Started my 2013 Tomb Raider playthrough with the no upgrades and the bow only challenge, so that was cool to start that. And great to dive back into this game as well. You're well, lurking as always? Excellent. That's great, dude. Thank you so much for the lurking that you do as well. Muchly appreciated. You saw that it was tough as hell. It definitely can be, especially when you have enemies that otherwise you could easily just take out. But when you don't have any ammo left and there's nothing around to refill your ammo with and you're only using a bow, it's kind of like, Especially that moment too where you're in the shanty town and there's a door that you have to get to. The game is programmed every time you try to interact with the handle to open the door for there to be a Molotov thrown your way. But it doesn't damage the other enemies around you, of course. So that was a bummer that didn't work in that particular circumstance. And then trying to get them to throw the dynamite near a fuel barrel and then be near the fuel barrel enough for the other enemies to still stick around and be able to survive the blast and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's definitely been tricky to play through the game that way, but it's definitely interesting doing both challenges in one. I've done them both separately for the game, in separate playthroughs, but I haven't done them both together before. So it definitely is interesting doing two challenges in one.
The jackdaw handles nice. Pinched her from the Spanish, was it?
Aye. In the midst of a hurricane.
Just before the treasure fleet was smashed against the shore.
Was the haul aboard as rich as men are saying?
1,000 times that. I reckon £1 million worth of reals was sunk that day.
Devil love a hurricane. Might have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
Diving them wrecks would be a nice change of pace for us. No need for violent actions against merchants and such.
Well, that's some soft talk coming from a pirate. And as it happens, I mostly agree. We'll save the clashing of cutlasses for the military. And them that get in our way.
We have another moment between Adewale and Blackbeard, and Adewale is at this point obviously wanting to try and inject a little bit of, hey, how about we actually try and do some activities that can still net us some potential treasures, but doesn't require us to actually go and kill people, kind of thing. And Blackbeard's response is one of, that soft talk coming from a pirate. But he mostly agrees. So he's half in agreement with Adewale's sort of suggestion that they, be able to find another way via the exploring of wrecks to get rich instead of all that. And then Blackbeard is also compromising and say, let's just make it that people who are the military and those that get in our way are the ones that will actually attack and all that kind of stuff. And it's little interactions like this between characters that sometimes they go unnoticed, but sometimes they can really stick with you. And that whole dialogue there is just something that I've always, it's always stuck out to me for some reason. It's not an exchange that is important to like the overall story, but I do feel that it's definitely important from the perspective of Adewale, especially when you know that later on he becomes an assassin. He doesn't regret the years that he spent as a pirate. There are things that he learned during this phase of his life that have come in handy, but he's certainly showing, and it's probably the first sign, I would say, in this story where we see Adewale offering a different approach to the normal things that pirates would do. And as the story goes on, there'll be more kinds of things that Adewale will talk about, and later on as well, things that he'll be critical of that form part of his journey. And he has a very cool character arc as well that extends, of course, into the DLC Freedom Cry. I'll be doing that DLC as part of this playthrough with this story focus as well. So I'll also be going over stuff in that DLC as part of that story. But yeah, Adewale is one of those characters that his progression in this main story is also handled very well.
Home there, Captain! Looks bad!
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Starboard, Captain! Let's ride this squall! Some sort of cargo there, sir!
Batten that down, Bristol-like.
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain!
Set to freeing the block and tackle after that.
Stream Hunters, thank you for the follow.
Easy as she goes. No telling what you may find out here.
Like staring through a waterfall.
Don't soil your breeches, lads. I got this.
Storm, Captain! Looks bad! It should be nearby, Captain.
There it is.
That ship's a monster. Look at the size of her.
Aye, and we'd not last long face to face with her. You hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Aye, it may come to that.
Welcome back, White Reborn.
Trouble blowing in! Brig! Their ancients are Spanish! They're all alone, sir!
Give me a hand here!
Do not let...
Give me a hand!
Here it comes!
Shorten sail! Get off the
Edward.
squall! Fire!
Missed! Are the hooks tight?
Loose all! Let's move!
White Reborn, what do I do to avoid getting bored in games? If I do, it might not be a reflection on the game being bad or anything. It might just be like I'm not in the mood, so I just go and do something else, essentially. But yeah, I very rarely get bored in games. Board games are probably different though. But video games... You okay there, Blackbeard?
Hostile warship closing! It's a brig! Their ancients are Spanish! They're all alone, sir!
Trim the yards off the wind! Douse all but mains!
Oh, I see, White Reborn, what you mean, yeah. I don't know, really. Depends on the game. Some games I need a long break between playthroughs, other games it doesn't matter. Listen, this is the 6th playthrough. Yeah, I mean, of the 10th anniversary series of playthroughs, yep. But I did my annual playthrough as well, and I got that unique playthrough.
Charles Vane. He's as reckless as they come.
An old friend of yours?
Not a man I'd call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man.
More sail! All sail!
Ah, that bloody marine. Overing up again.
Cruise up! Eat her sticks! Douse the royals and tops! Up! Reef in all tops! Reef the topsails and gallants!
Charles Vane, slinking off with his tail between his legs. That's good news for us. Bleeding bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the galleon, and send these interlopers to hell!
Full mains, let's move!
Mind you don't build me!
Fire! Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Fancy a wee swim, do ye? Fire! Fire! Drink! Douse the gallants and royals! Get the mains free!
Here it comes! Steady, lads!
Fire! 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 Fire!
Fancy a wee swim, do
Fire!
Down they go!
Fire! Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Here it comes!
Fire!
Steady, lads!
Fire!
go!
Fire! Reef the topsails and gallants! Loose! Rip the yards off the wind! Give me some...
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Yay!
Fire!
Fancy a wee swim, do you? Down!
She's sailing for that island.
I know the place. A natural stronghold used by a French captain named Ducasse.
Julian Ducasse, the Templar.
Name's right. Didn't know he had a title.
I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. And maybe wait till it's dark before hopping aboard.
Oops, the timing of that was happening when the end of the mission was happening anyway. Didn't need to pause it like that for this instance. What I like there is that even though Blackbeard has a different idea of what approach to take, he's still willing to consider that maybe they'll need to do it the way that Edward wants to do it. So he offers a suggestion towards that end of saying, but maybe wait until night before, going ahead with it. Which is a good indication of how Blackbeard respects Edward's opinion, and he's not someone that's going to be like, no, I'm going to do it my way, fuck your way. But he's open and receptive to the way that Edward would like to try and do it. Enough so that he's not only allowing the possibility that it could be what happens, but also offering a suggestion as to the best approach, should that be the approach that they actually take in doing what needs to be done. And of course, Edward wants to make sure that Julian Ducasse does not recognize the fact that he's still alive. Because the thing is, the Templars don't know that Edward is still alive yet. As far as they're concerned, he was on the treasure fleet and died on the treasure fleet. They don't know that he survived and escaped. So that's why Edward really needs to get rid of Julian Ducasse. Because if he recognizes the ship or recognizes Edward is alive, then that could cause problems for Edward as well. Hey there, Ryu. I hope it's going well. But yeah, White Reborn, it depends on the game as well. But also, with the different playthroughs I've been doing of this game, it hasn't been the same exact things I'm doing every single time. Like, if I was doing the same thing all the time, the same content, like getting all the collectibles and every single time, then I wouldn't be able to play a game multiple times in a short amount of time. I'd need some different kind of approach or a different kind of aspect to the game. So that's why with these phases, I've been able to do so many of the games, because, okay, this phase is just focused on this stuff. This next one will be focused on different things, and it's this stuff. This one will be on other things different to the previous two, and things like that. And it's the same with games that I play throughout the year more than once. Sometimes I'll do it as a vanilla playthrough. Play the game start to finish, story-wise, do nothing extra. Sometimes I'll do side missions as well. Sometimes I'll be like, how about I do a challenge playthrough with this game? As long as the way in which I'm tackling the game is fresh for me, it doesn't matter how many times I play the same game throughout the year. But yeah, if I was playing it the exact same way all the time, then I wouldn't be playing the same game as often between different playthroughs and stuff like that. It's going well, Ryu. You just woke up. That's excellent. I hope you had a good rest. Alright, so we have another memory in sequence 3, but for some reason the game won't let us actually look at the current memory. Sometimes it does, before you do the current memory, other times it won't. Let's have a look at database entries. Nothing for people, but I'll still get the exclamation marks off the screen. There we go.
Let out some sail!
Metal? Just one metal? That's not very heavy. Gives this game a different vibe when you don't have the music playing. It is weird to not hear sea shanties though, but sea shanties can even play during dialogue in side memories. So I just wanted to not have sea shanties on either. But it's funny too, because the actual cutscenes, including the one at the start of the game, if you don't press anything straight away, is actually tied to the volume controls in the options. Some games don't do that because the actual opening cinematic might be a separate video file or something within the game itself. But it's very weird seeing that intro video to this game if you don't press anything, with just the sound effects and dialogue without the music accompanying it.
Douse the royals and tops!
A single madman.
Gentlemen, as is custom among our kind, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness. The object of our attention is a square-rigged galleon, and we want her for the advantage she'll bring Nassau. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye! Aye! Those who oppose, whimper nay. Aye!
Never was the King's Council so unified.
I like that line. Never was the King's Council so unified. Essentially meaning that the ability to come up with what to do and have everyone in agreement is definitely much easier than having the actual King's Council deciding on something.
Captain's got to sea!
No te...
Tengo un disparo claro.
¿Algo? ¿Ves algo? Si sientes curiosidad, ¿por qué no miras tú? ¡Vuelve aquí!
Cool seeing rainbows. I wonder what the first game in history was to actually have a rainbow look realistic. Probably when games got most advanced with lighting techniques, instead of just having like a physical model of a rainbow that was just solid looking.
¡Venga, pues! ¡Alto ahí!
¡Alto! ¡Quiero hablarte! ¡La mejor diversión!
I'll deal with this guy, and in a
Misión
moment,
sigue por aquí.
I want to show, and I like to show this. I want to show this funny glitch with Edward's arms when climbing up the back of this ship. So when I'm about to take note of his arms as I climb up. Hey, welcome on in. Thanks for joining the Maxi raid, Senny. Welcome on in. Good to see you again. It's been centuries. Alright, so look at Edward's arms as I climb up here.
cargo is secure! See that the cargo is secure! Hey-oh! Look alive! See that the cargo is secure!
Yeah, apparently nobody heard the enemy that Edward killed screaming as they fell. Trying to get as much dialogue from Ducasse before killing him as possible.
Vamos! Deprisa! We've 4 harbors to hit this week. See that the cargo is secure! Look alive! Hey, oh! Look alive!
You remember the gift you gave me? Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp. Ah!
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
I pity you, Bucanier. After all you have seen, after all we showed you of our order, still you embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue.
What's this?
Is petty larceny the extent of your ambition? Have you no mind to comprehend the scope of ours? All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world, without parasites like you. Que l'enfer que tu trouveras soit le fruit de ton insouciance.
Alright, so hopefully not too much of the dialogue that's about to play will be interrupted by me pausing it. I pressed the button on the controller before it got to the point where Edward's dialogue started, but it took a split second for it to recognize the input to pause it. That encounter there that Edward has with Ducasse, and how even after everything that Duncan had given them, therefore allowing them to see, like the glass vial and the observatory and all that kind of stuff, with all that knowledge that was gained, even though Edward wasn't actually Duncan really, but he still brought that stuff to the Templars, and there was still discussion and all that kind of stuff. Ducasse is, of course, not angry at Edward for pretending to be Duncan. He's not condemning him for having killed Duncan like Torres was earlier, because obviously Duncan was a big asset to them that they wanted to continue to be able to use as an asset for a long time, but Edward killing him and then pretending to be him and then them finding out that he actually wasn't Duncan, even though he delivered the things that Duncan was going to deliver them, the fact that he killed Duncan was enough for Torres to be like, it doesn't matter that you gave us what he was going to give us. The fact of the matter is, he's dead, and that's why we're going to send you off to the treasure fleet. And Ducasse in that moment is more sort of like, not mourning, but he's more talking to Edward about the idea of, we, as in the Templars, have shown you all this stuff, and yet you still want to just pursue the life of an aimless rogue, going around with not any sort of like ambition greater than, as he said, you know, is grand larceny your only ambition kind of thing. And I don't know whether or not, if Ducasse had actually lived, if he would have rathered Edward to actually join their side or not. But he's still telling Edward anyway these things. So I don't know if he would have felt the same way if Edward had came up to him and said, look, I know that you probably want to kill me, but I want to become a Templar. Maybe he would have had a different reaction to Edward, but that's not what happened. So he's sort of like criticizing Edward, of course, about the fact that he just wants to live the life of an aimless rogue and not live the life that he potentially could, having all the power and knowledge that the Templars have. And the ironic thing is that if Edward had actually sided with the Templars at this point, then he probably would have ended up getting a lot of money. But he just wanted to just keep his independence and make as much money as possible in other ways and stuff like that. And the fact that he didn't want to do that gives a little bit of a hint that maybe there is something more to Edward than just the blind pursuit of money, and that, you know, there is some boundary that he's even not willing to cross this point in the story, that Ducasse is probably trying to speak to, but is just not there. So Edward is like, look, you know, I'm just I know about the observatory, but I just want the money from it. Like, Edward doesn't care about the ability to spy on people. He doesn't care about the ability to see through the eyes of people and hear what they're hearing. He just wants the observatory so he can sell it to make as much money as he possibly can. And nothing that the Templars are actually saying to him is sinking in. There are some things later that actually make him pause and think for a little bit. But this particular encounter here, there's no such kind of thing where Edward is even contemplating what he's saying in the perspective of, you know, maybe these Templars have a point about something. But later on, when he assassinates Hornigold, when he is fighting Charles Vane, I mean, he doesn't actually kill Charles Vane, but the game wants you to do an air assassination on him or just assassinate him, but he doesn't end up getting killed. Edward basically speaks out loud in a way as well, something that he probably had been thinking until that point, before he attempted to kill Charles Vane, that maybe the Templars are right. But he doesn't commit to it. He's just basically asking the question. You know, maybe the Templars are right. But that comes later in the story. Right now, with the Ducasse interaction, Ducasse is just like, you know, why are you living this life? You could live the life that what our knowledge as Templars could actually provide you. And he dies saying those kinds of things that I don't know if he would have been accepting of Edward if Edward had said, instead of assassinating him, saying, you know, how about I join the Templars instead? I don't know if he would have even spared him still. But the way that Ducasse talks to him there, it seems like with his last dying breath, he's trying to instill in Edward some kind of thought, maybe. And maybe his last dying thought is, you know, you're wasting your life. You know, how about you go the Templar way? And then he's dead. And then Edward's like, I'll just take this key. And he doesn't know what the key leads to yet. But like with Duncan's outfit, he's like, well, I may as well loot and see what the dude has on him. And it's also a pirate thing. It's like, yeah, this person's dead. Let's just loot them and take whatever. So he doesn't know what the key is going to actually unlock or anything like that yet. But that's something that will happen soon in the story. He'll get told about all that information eventually. But these interactions with the Templars are very interesting in this game too. And the last words where Ducasse says, may the hell you find be of your own making, is definitely very, very poignant, because in many ways Edward does go through hell in this story, but it is of his own making, because the decisions that he's made along the way that have caused these things to happen have had the domino effect of also creating a hellish kind of like life or experience for him down the road.
Move is ours!
Hey. I just saw you were logging out, so I thought I'd stop by and give you something. A little welcome gift. We give awards to our top-notch employees for doing quality work, and they're nice to have since there's no official bonus scheme here. I already have about 11 or so. Oh. Bonjour? Of course. I'll pass it on. Well, looks like Olivier wants to meet with you. It's exciting. Follow me. It's on the top floor, so it's not hard to find. But the rest of this building can be confusing to first-timers, so we had the tools team whip up a great map application. Check your communicator. I added a waypoint to Olivier's office. Should be easy to find.
I want to see what dialogue Melanie might say if we just stand here and wait, because earlier, in the first point at which the game pulls you out of the Animus automatically, there was certain dialogue. And the things that she had said was, "Did you get lost? Didn't go home, did you? Where'd you run off to?" Things like that. So let's see if she just repeats those same dialogues if we don't move, or if there's new ones now at this point.
Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite. Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite. There you go. See there? Should be easy to find. Should be easy to find.
I like how she's like earlier, Olivier's a nice guy, he won't bite. But eventually he'll bite the dust in Chicago.
There you go. See there?
Okay, so this is probably the only things that Melanie's going to say. Alright, let's take this opportunity to just double check some stuff. Okay, so the mission log for present day at the moment is a small favor. Week 2 at Abstergo Entertainment, just getting settled in, meeting my colleagues, and archiving some amazing footage of Edward. Okay, so this diary hasn't been updated yet.
Should be easy to find.
Let's see if we get a fair distance away if the dialogue is the same, but through the PA, or through the earpiece.
There you go. See there?
It is the same, but it's gone through the filter now of the earpiece. Okay, so these messages on the view haven't changed here about the DNA and all that kind of stuff.
There you go. Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite.
Hello? Hi? Testing, testing. Is this thing working? This is John from IT. We met earlier. I was calibrating your Animus. I'm sort of the, Scotty of this Abstergo enterprise. In charge of all the techie stuff. Do you have a minute? Oh. Ah, damn it. The tracker says you're on your way to Olivier's office. Ah, all right. I'll ping you when you're done. I have a favor to ask.
Bonjour. Go right in. He's waiting for you. Is something wrong? You're not nervous, are you? He's a very nice guy. Olivier said to go right in. Is something wrong? You're not nervous, are you? He's a very nice guy.
Alright, so that's the dialogue that the secretary for Olivier is saying. Let's see what happens if we don't go in there straight away.
Go on in. You're not nervous, are you? He's a very nice guy.
What you doing there? There's a map.
Go on in.
Well, unless you are specifically ordering me to abandon it, I won't jeopardize our flagship project. Edward Kenway is the... But this is how Hollywood got its start, right? With pirate movies. Douglas Fairbanks, Errol Flynn, and now we have access to the real deal. Wait. Exactly. We'll talk about all that together at the shareholders event. Right. Looking forward to seeing you too. Take care, Laetitia. Salut! Hi, thanks for coming in. I know you're busy. So I reviewed some of your data. Pretty raw stuff. Obviously, we need to scrub off some of the dirt to make it family-friendly. Maybe give Edward a voice like James Bond or something. More of a ladies' man. A beautiful city, no? So the main reason I asked you here concerns something called the Observatory. It's been mentioned a few times in the footage you have. I'd like to encourage you to focus on locating this specific set of memories as soon as possible. If it were up to me, on s'en crisse. I wouldn't bother. But some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days. So, follow whatever leads you find, and hopefully we can... Oh, incoming call. I have to take this. We'll keep in touch. Bonne journée. Alan, bonjour. Oui, tout va bien. Naturellement. Pas vraiment? Pourquoi?
Parkour.
Oui, bien sûr. Pas vraiment? Je sais pas si...
Oh, you're so bossy. I know that's not what he's saying, but...
Bon, d'accord. Oui, bien sûr.
I love the fact that you don't actually have to follow him out to the balcony to hear his dialogue. He doesn't stop and do the motioning for you to come forward like other characters will do if you don't go ahead straight away. He's just like da 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 da, walk out, da 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 da, stand on the balcony, what da 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 da. And meanwhile, I've just got the present day character just standing right there at the doorway, just standing around. And Olivia's not like, hey, come over here or anything like that. So I wasn't expecting that. I thought if I stayed behind and not went forward, that he would say some new dialogue and stuff, but that's definitely not what's happening.
Pas vraiment.
A small favor. Some new messages. No new diary entry yet. Let's have a look at any new messages that have come through. Support Team, Edward Kenway figurine. You have been awarded the Edward Kenway figurine for successfully completing Sequence 3. Congratulations on your achievement. Keep up the good work. Support Team, Career Planning. Congratulations on your recent contributions to Abstergo Entertainment. We hope you will consider training for possible future advancement. Many training options are available, depending on your career goals, be they in management, security, marketing, or creative. What about murder? How about that, Abstergo? Do you have any sort of like career advancement for people who want to murder? Chloe Lesney, congrats. Wow, that must have been something special you found. If they give you a cash reward, I'll be first in line when you buy us all around. So, what is it? No, really, tell me. Please. Soon, the character's going to get a message from John Standish. So I'm going to listen for his dialogue, but also listen for any dialogue that happens if you don't do what he wants you to do straight away.
Pourquoi?
Just want to take a moment to take a look at the view, because I really do feel that this is still really, really good draw distance and everything, and sort of like an overall view of the cityscape.
Pourquoi? Pas vraiment.
Plus the crispness of the graphics and also the vehicles and that.
Je sais pas si... Pourquoi? Pas vraiment. Pourquoi?
Alright, so I'm going to read these when I get them all. But I may as well grab this one now since I'm here.
Pourquoi?
There is another point, of course, where you go here and can actually collect it, but I'll just collect it now, so it's collected.
Pas vraiment. Je sais pas si...
Oh, hang on, there's a message on this screen about Edward Kenway in the observatory.
Pourquoi? Oh, oui, bien sûr.
Reminder, following the discovery of sensitive information, the Kenway Project is to remain a matter of absolute confidentiality. Edward Kenway Project.
Pas vraiment.
Okay, I don't think I read that
Bon,
message
d'accord.
before.
Oh, oui, bien sûr.
I'll wait till that loops back around and then reread the rest.
Bon, d'accord.
Okay, so it's now looped back to the observant or the
Je sais
sensitive
pas
information thing.
Oh, oui, bien sûr.
Entertainment market news. The road to awards season has already accumulated a few notable detours and wrecks. While zombie-based entertainment products continue to shamble toward the finishing line, road conditions have not favored ninjas and cowboys. Will pirates come from behind for a surprise victory? Well, they're finally going to have a ninja in an Assassin's Creed game. Now we just need to have a cowboy in an Assassin's Creed game.
Pourquoi?
Stan, does he really need 2 giant TVs for 3 messages in total? Looks like an unnecessary expense. Yeah.
Bon, d'accord.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Doesn't really need 2 giant TVs having the same exact friggin' message appearing on the same time. That'd be like having to have 3 different mobile phones just so you can see the same text message that you've received across all 3 of them.
Hi, John from IT again. You got a second? Good. I'm adding a waypoint to your map. So, a colleague of yours left for vacation this morning and forgot to send a video file she promised me. Since I hate just about everyone else on your floor, I was hoping you could help me. Could you transfer the file from her computer and deliver it to the courier when she comes? It'll be easy. You just wander over to their Animus, log in, and transfer the file. Easy. And please be snappy before I find a reason to hate you, too.
I was expecting a reaction from him for not moving forward straight away. Oh, really, Stan? You thought it was frozen, so you had to refresh? Oh, no. Surprised he hasn't actually said any dialogue for not going the right way or anything. Stan, you're slightly mad that they flopped the Watch Dogs connection. It could have been something. After Aiden versus Olivier, they put Ubisoft themselves in Watch Dogs 2, and they put actual assassins in Watch Dogs Legion with a huge sequence, Assassin Tomb and everything. But wasn't for inconsistency, it could make a great connection. And that's the thing too, that whole Watch Dogs Legion Assassins aspect, that's actually not canon. So the character that you play as, Darcy, is only existing in that DLC and not the wider AC universe. Which is weird because they mention Darcy is... I think Darcy herself mentions the Fry twins, Jacob and Evie, and her brother are supposed to be a modern version of Jacob and Evie instead, in terms of like them being siblings and them sort of not seeing eye to eye on everything all the time. Plus, of course, you see the statues of Edward Kenway and Jacob and Evie Fry as well. Yet, they have said that all that is not canon. And this is the really annoying thing. If you're going to introduce a character into a DLC from a series that you own the rights to, and you want to do them as a what-if scenario or a non-canon character, don't mention any canon characters in your story, because it just adds confusion. So yeah, in Watch Dogs Legion, that Assassin's Creed content, no matter what they say in the content about Jacob, Evie, and Edward, the actual existence of that assassin in present day is not canon at all. But yeah, the connections that they made... So there's a difference too between an Easter egg and a connection. Like if I put in a Zelda game a painting of Princess Peach, for example, that doesn't mean that Mario and Link and everyone in the Mario universe and the Legend of Zelda universe actually lives in the same universe, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that. Unless they do a crossover story where Link is teleported to, you know, the same universe that Mario's in, and then there's a story that's, you know, canon, that's different. You know, that's a connection. So with Watch Dogs 1, they create the connection back to Black Flag. We haven't come across it yet, but there's a document in this game that you come across that talks about Bloom as well. And at that point, because Watch Dogs hadn't come out yet, when this game came out, you could then just talk it up to as like an Easter egg, or a promotional, or a way to advertise for Watch Dogs within Black Flag. But when Watch Dogs has Olivier actually in the game and everything, that then becomes a connection, which means that Olivier exists both in the AC universe and the Watch Dogs universe. But you're right, though, in the fact that they've made all that kind of stuff, those connections that are actually connections, not actually canon anymore, which is ridiculous because they're good connections. You know, it's kind of cool to see a character like Olivier in this game, and then in Watch Dogs, you get to deal with him. Granted, at the time of release, it was that Aiden knocked him out, because if you actually play Watch Dogs and you unlock the final convoy mission and you deal with Olivier, if you kill Olivier while the mission's active, you get failed on it. You actually have to knock him out. And so when you knock him out, you fulfill the mission and you complete it. It wasn't until Assassin's Creed Origins came along in 2017 that they actually confirmed that Olivier did indeed get killed. So what I like to do whenever I play Watch Dogs 1, and whenever I actually do the convoy missions, I always like to knock him out to get the mission done, and then when the mission is finished and it says it's over, I then just pull out a gun and shoot his body to kill him. Just to make it canon. So it's one of those situations where Ubisoft can say that it's not canon anymore as much as they want, but I'm like, no. I'm not accepting that particular disconnection of canon, so to speak. So when you put an entire sequence with a giant assassin tomb with 3 actual protagonists and don't call it canon, yeah, it's just utterly ridiculous. I don't mind there being a non-canon assassin's character that they create, but don't mention actual canon characters in their story. Because, if you follow the logic, if a newly created character isn't canon to the assassins, then that means that from their perspective, Jacob and Evie and Altair and Ezio don't exist either.
I feel like someone's watching
Yeah,
me.
but the floors don't creak, there's no mice.
I thought we'd get different NPC dialogue, because this is the second time the game has automatically taken us out of the Animus.
More than an hour. I had similar kinds of effects from the Animus. Just, if it happens...
If it happens again, go and see Melanie. Already heard that dialogue before. Something that would have been good to flesh out this modern day character we're playing as a bit more is to be able to just go into Melanie's office and have a conversation trigger that doesn't actually happen unless you go in there actively at this point. And it might be a situation where they talk about something that reveals a bit more about the character. They might have a conversation about the memories that they've experienced of Edward and ask them any questions like, you know, what do you think about it? And all that kind of stuff. But then that would have required them to have voice acting for the main character, though. But Stan, you want to imagine the modern day character smush his face on Melanie's window like SpongeBob? It's like...
Sterile. I always feel like someone's watching
Yeah,
me.
but the floors don't creak.
Not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5 at the other.
A locked door? Not a problem. That's the advantage of me having level 1 security clearance. Now, you do too. Don't abuse it. Log on and I'll walk you through this.
And this is through... straight into people's homes.
No problem. I remember the first time I...
Something wrong.
Wow, this is going to change everything. Keep it.
Okay, I was expecting him to say more stuff if you don't do straight away what you need to do. Stan, will you be collecting the post-it notes in this playthrough and hacks? I will be, Stan, yeah. Yeah, there's some that I haven't collected yet, but I want to wait until I've actually gotten them all anyway before reading them, so there'll be plenty of time to pick more of them up. But I'll be doing that and also doing all the hacking in the game as well. Hey there, Alameos. And thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression and choosing option B. Thank you very much. I hope it's going well. Crom, I've never played to you before. I have no tongue for it. No one, not even you, will remember if we were good men or bad, why we fought, or why we died. All that matters is that two stood against many. That's what's important. Valor pleases you, Crom. So grant me one request. Grant me revenge. And if you do not listen, then to hell with you. That's from Conan the Barbarian, the original movie. Thank you for redeeming that, Alameos. Present day character has some new messages for us. Security team, subject, security level increase. You have been granted security level 1. Alright, so John from IT about the communicator says, "Hey, I just modified your communicator. You should now be able to access your colleagues' computers without any problems." Oh, that's fair enough, Alameos. Yeah, I was just saying that more for the benefit of people who might be wondering what movie that's from.
Sessions like the regulations say. They don't make these rules for no reason.
That NPC dialogue there is the same. So let's actually go up near the area. Oh, he's already said that, I think. Yeah, he's already said something wrong.
What's the problem? Log on. Something wrong?
Whoops. Alright. That's probably all he's going to say at this point.
Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside. Once you reach it, Your communicator will download it automatically. You need to find your way around the core to reach the data inside. You cracked it. Good. The file should be downloading. I set up a database for any data you find. Just look for the My Files section in your communicator, and you'll be redirected right away. Everything you download will be found in there. Protected by a firewall, of course.
December 23rd, 2012. Sample Recovery Unit Team Lead Fisher Case reporting on Subject 17, Desmond Miles. The subject was deceased and unattended. Time of death was placed around 0000 hours and 7 minutes, with conditions favorable for DNA sample recovery. We had some initial concerns about interference in the vault, but given the skill and talent of this team, we were able to capture useful data. I personally retrieved the subject's backpack and extracted a number of objects of interest to undergo detailed analysis. The subject displayed burns to the right hand, severe enough to fuse the bones, indicating some kind of spontaneous, intense burn trauma. Honestly, we've never seen anything like it before. Head, neck, and torso remained in good condition. I hand-selected recovery agents to retrieve fluid samples, blood and saliva. We then commenced material extraction and were able to preserve several exemplary samples. Data analysis and sequencing is already underway, and I'm told proceeding with exceptional ease thanks to the cloud database and the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3. The legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
Rest in peace, Desmond. Templar fuckheads killing him. Well, not, they didn't kill him, I mean, butchering his body afterwards. Post-mortem report, Subject 17. A sample recovery team report detailing the collection of Subject 17's remains for use in the Sample 17 project.
Oh, you're better at this than I'd hoped. Now zip on down to the lobby. Come on. See that file you acquired? I wouldn't recommend watching it. I mean, you could, but it's unpleasant. So once you hand it off, just pretend this never happened, okay? Otherwise you'll just go to bed feeling sad. Anyway, the courier should be waiting downstairs. She's been here a while. I suppose it goes without saying, just because you now know how to hack all your colleagues' computers, it doesn't mean you should. I mean, not every day, right? No, seriously, though, that's illegal, so don't be a dick. Unless that's your nature.
Let's see what else he'll say if we don't move straight away. Stan is like, nah, man, that's your nature. That's it. That definitely can be said of Standish.
And this is the...
You're just being ridiculous now.
Oh, so now he says something. Come on, he can get angrier than that. Olivier's not...
ridiculous now.
Olivier's not there anymore. I can't see him, at least. Yo, Olivier! Have a nice time in Chicago!
You're just being ridiculous now.
Careful with foxes. Exactly. Better watch out for those. They can be dogs sometimes. Olivier be like, "Hey, Dan."
I am not sure I can keep this up, you know? This job is well below my skill level.
Yeah, well, your coffee is shit. You could use some practice.
What? No. I followed that recipe to the letter.
It's an art, Sean, not a science.
Alright, so for those who are watching on YouTube, the reason I just paused there was because I was just putting in chat on Twitch links to the people who play Sean and Rebecca respectively.
Every day. Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
Linus, you can time the lady walking towards you earlier to Kane's theme entrance. Oh, really?
That's true. Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again? That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly.
Be like, John from IT, how do you grow a positive attitude? Have you tried turning it on and then off again? Let's see what happens if we approach Sean and Rebecca from this angle.
Oh, look who's here. So you didn't forget, after all. You're just incredibly rude and made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30 minutes.
You limey. Be nice. Sorry about him. He's high on his own supply. So, how should we do this? Data transfer? Great. That should do it. We'll email you the receipt. Till next time. Take care, Sean.
Bye-bye, yes, bye. And don't expect any more free coffee. Arrogant. She's great, isn't she?
Hey, I just got word the courier has come and gone. Wonderful, you're a miracle. No, that's an exaggeration. You're not a miracle. You're an employee, doing a job. But thanks for helping out. Anyway, thanks. Have fun pirating.
If you follow Rebecca on her pathing,
That's
she'll
enough to
eventually
trigger
just
a
walk out of the
bleeding
building.
effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front.
That's as far as I can actually move the character beyond that point. But it's cool that they don't just take the character model and make it disappear. You can actually follow the character model going to a certain point.
Yeah, I think so. He's super.
Yeah, the NPC said, yeah, I think so. You'll love it when you are a streamer and you're saying something and an NPC in the game has timing that actually matches not only the timing of you finishing your sentence that you're saying, but also relate in some way or could be related in some way to what you said. Lidus, you need to work on your edit game. Yeah, thanks, asshole. Well, Automod is nice this time around. Sure is. Didn't pick up on that. But yeah, he's definitely one of those characters that even if you don't know ultimately what's going on with him, he can come off as an idiot and a dickhead. Oh, you were calling the dude who said you're just an employee an asshole. Yeah. Yeah, that's who I thought you were meaning. Return to the Animus. Alright, so I'm doing something new with the channel and I'm doing streams that are separated, as in not doing one big long 8-hour stream, but rather doing smaller streams, and sometimes doing more than one stream on a day, of course, but also other times just doing one stream for a day. But earlier I did a stream and it was about 3 hours and a half long, and this current stream is now almost 5 hours in length, and I wanted to keep the streams below 5 hours at least. So this is where I'm going to end this stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'll have another stream of it when it's Sunday for me, though. So if you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Sunday. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go and raid someone that I don't get to raid that often. Shillerlock is playing through Dark Pictures Anthology. And if I bring up their page so I can see the full title of the game, he's doing another run of The Devil in Me, which is the most recent Dark Pictures game in the series. So we'll go and raid Shillerlock. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well. Most recently did a playthrough of the games in the series, but also a fan of GTA 5 and also Dead by Daylight as well. So if you're a fan of horror stuff, especially Dead by Daylight or the Dark Pictures series, which he plays a lot of those games as well, then we're going to go and raid Shillerlock and see how he's doing with that game. Yes, Automod was being super nice there. Stan, thank you, Rod. See you tomorrow. You absolutely will, that's for sure. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Before I go, though, I want to give some shout-outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077. It's his first time playing through the game. I do believe he's nearing the end of that, so I don't know what game he might have to replace that coming up, but currently he's playing through Cyberpunk 2077. He's also doing a big series run of Assassin's Creed. He's a big fan of Assassin's Creed, does a lot of Assassin's Creed streams throughout a year. He's doing a series run, and he started back at AC1 and moving his way through all the way to Mirage. He's doing a no HUD challenge with all those games, but also no fast travel at all in any of those games, and has limited looks at the map. So if an hour goes by and he hasn't looked at a map, he can add that to a list of how many times he's allowed to look at the map. Each time he decides to look at the map, he has to take one map look away off the count. He's allowed to get as many hours to pass without looking at the map as he can for one game, and utilize the amount that he has if he wants to, but it doesn't carry over into the next game. So if he finishes the game with 5 map looks left, he can't carry over that 5 map looks into the next game in the series. It has to start from 0 again. So he's doing a very unique kind of playthrough, a different kind of immersion playthrough as well of the series. Lucinda is playing through Assassin's Creed series as well, doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey now, has played through all the other main entries in the series, and has plans to also do Valhalla as well as Mirage. Also a big fan of Resident Evil and other horror franchises like Evil Within, as well as The Last of Us. Lightus is playing a lot of retro stuff. He's a fan of Resident Evil as well, so plays a lot of retro Resident Evil stuff. Also a fan of fighting game franchises, especially Mortal Kombat, but also Streets of Rage, Street Fighter, and Tekken as well. So another great streamer to highly recommend. Same with Maxi, who's doing Dragon Quest XI S Echoes of an Elusive Age, the Definitive Edition. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed, has done a series playthrough of the games, and is also a fan of GTA 5, did a law-abiding citizen playthrough with that game where he wasn't allowed to break laws unless the game obviously has moments where you have to be doing certain things. But outside of those requirements, can't break any laws in that game. So he did a playthrough of that too. Also highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech, playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Tomb Raider Chronicles. Also going to be playing through Angel of Darkness, Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, Tomb Raider 2013, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. Mr. Gote does a lot of Mortal Kombat 11. He's also a fan of horror series, especially the supermassive games like the Dark Pictures series, Until Dawn, The Quarry. He's also a fan of the Outlast games as well. Another great streamer. And definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Lightus, absolutely no worries, buddy, for the shout out. No worries at all, dude. Dirty Do MS 0005, thank you for the follow. Lightus, thank you so much for the 2 years, 1 month, 16 days, and 22 hours of followage. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Crooked, thanks for the stream and shout out. Cindy, have a great Saturday night. Definitely will, Crooked. Thank you so much for being here, dude. Absolutely no worries at all about the shout out. Hey there, Daz. Thank you so much for the 3 years, 1 month, 19 days, and 3 hours of followage. Thank you very much for that as well, Daz. Muchly appreciated too. I hope things have been going well. We're just about to raid out now. Going to go and see Shillerlock, who's playing through the Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me at the moment. Here's a general raid message. Here's a raid message for people who are followers. And here's a raid message for subscribers. Hey there, Spectrum. Good morning. Hey there, Brutus. Hello. Thanks for joining, though. Daz, you're very welcome. You're all good, thanks. And yourself? That's excellent, Daz. Always good to hear. And as for myself, I'm doing really, really well. Things are going great. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. It's muchly appreciated. I don't yet have a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday game on the schedule that I've thought up yet. But Fridays at the moment is Tomb Raider 2013, bow only and no upgrades challenge combined, and weekends are Black Flag at the moment. But I'll think of something for Monday through to Thursday and then update the schedule when that happens. But that's the current schedule for now. Adios, Spectrum, indeed. Catch you next time. That's good to hear. Thank you, dude. Muchly appreciated. We're still very early in the story. I don't need to worry about doing any grinding off stream. In tomorrow's stream sessions, I'll be able to get the story where I want it. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone again for watching. Really appreciate it. Until next time.